this session called The Other Side has been in mainstream media. We had
How many?
what was
The other.
it? The was it The Greatest Showman, and that's where you went
Mm-hmm.
with it,
Adele.
Alexa.
Of course, I went with Adele.
Adele, right?
Yes, just
Adele is one. I think I went Pink Floyd, and I'm still not certain if that's The Other Side. It might be Dark Side.
I don't know. It sounds like
No, it's Dark Side.
Is Dark Side?
Dark Side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think about that prism on the album and how it's. Anywho, what's up? And let's see. We are currently already have the map up. It's BT Dubs. Look how nifty this fucking thing is. I am particularly proud of how cool this lighting looks. I am gonna just take a moment and just. It's like this is my child and he's beautiful. Look at that thing. Can't tell me different. Yeah. As always, if anyone's ever super curious about, I don't hand do these. Like, I'm not that talented of an artist. I do use a lot of asset packs, as a lot of people do, why we do the work. And a lot of the asset packs I get through is Gabriel Picard, and have for at least the last 5 seasons. I've leaned on his asset packs on, not sponsored or anything, but like he has a lot of stuff on Drive Through RPG in the Roll20 market. And between that and photoshopping things here and there, and man, he just puts out some quality stuff. I saw this and I was like, I just saved myself 6 hours. 6 hours of my life saved. Thank you, Gabriel Picard. Like did not need to do a whole lot for it to look amazing. The lighting effect's pretty cool though from behind the curtains. Alrighty then, we have a big frenzy of a session today. So let's jump right into it.
Oh.
With what?
Oh, I thought you weren't going to do tribute. So, like, let's just jump right into it with everyone's going to die. Let's see what's going to happen here.
No. I lament that I don't have fun music. I highly recommend that you look at the 8-Horn Hold Up Spotify playlist if you would like some musica for today. As there's a lot of good songs that would attribute well here. We'll go and do trivia. We'll do a recap and we'll jump on in. Let's see here. I have some side notes for Children of the Phoenix, which I need to get back to writing. I probably will. I have some time coming up the upcoming weeks.
Yeah!
All right, trivia. Let me clear this thing. All right, I'm looking at the Twitch stream because we still get like a bit of an echo on the Foundry stream when I put things in. All right, OOC. There's my 0 to clear. All right, trivia question. Last trivia. We did a lot of jumping through things, starting with what is Virgo's domain? What is she over? Capdios is first in.
Enchantment.
That's right. 25 points. XP. She is enchantment, also known as things like motivation, desire. Things that get you up in the morning other than I breathe. Those sparks of inspiration like a muse. That said, since we got a cap answer, people will run through several different questions about what motivates them the most. What is it that they desire? What was the first scenario that Capdos was put into? Llamas with hats was not the scenario, but you can use that as your buzzer sound effect and tell me what exactly was Capdios's first challenging trial area.
Well, are we going with before Alexa was there and the dinner, or are we going with after Alexa?
You know what? You expand upon what you feel is the best way to answer that question.
So it's like a bit challenging because I actually feel like kind of the first trial for him was dinner.
All right, we'll talk about dinner with Virgo.
With the dinner, she was essentially offering him power and a way to screw over Jacob White by giving him her ability and saying like, "Hey, like Paolo, like you like, or like remind her Paolo, like Paolo would have done this, but now that he's gone, I think that you were the right person to take over this, and Jacob White isn't doing what I think it should be doing." And Captious was asking like a lot of questions to try to get clarification on what does this actually mean, and ultimately accepted the powers because I think he saw overall that if there was a downside, I don't think he could super see one, and the benefits just really outweighed any of like the downsides that might have been there, and he felt like he like kind of went through. And I think it kind of speaks to a kind of almost like a primer for what his next task was, which like one of his motivations is to I think just be kind of like recognized and
Goat wizard, greatest of
and
all time
yeah,
wizard.
greatest of all time.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of like gave like he was essentially tempted with power that could help him get to the greatest of all time. And then it didn't hit too much on his morals, not too much. It wasn't too much of like a moral question. But then when you go into school was when he also then was faced again with the idea of being greatest of all time in that class. But then I think it hit more of a moral question of like, well, then who are you willing to step over to get there?
So first off, very good expanded answer. I'll give you 50 points there because it covered both the first interaction with Virgo, which is a bit of negotiation, and some interesting nuance that was hit in some after talk, that it's how the conversations go different when he has different perspectives to help balance it out. And the same thing was true with Sin too. It's an interesting dynamic for the party of Revolution as a whole, how well they lean on each other and that they're more complete together than they are independently.
Even though they don't want to.
Yeah, of course
Yeah.
not. No, son, dairy, all day long.
We're all arrogant, so.
Yeah.
We really are. We all it's like we're fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Even your NPCs are like that. Ozzy.
Garden of arrogance.
It's like, why is he here? Because he's just as arrogant as us. I can't stand him. Good, come along.
He's just more aggressively arrogant, I think.
Yeah.
He's just
Yeah.
he doesn't try to like hide it as anything else. He's just like, I'm angry and like I'm awesome.
I'm angry and awesome. You should get out of my way, or you could be immortized by this fist of mine.
Yeah, he's just not good at hiding it. He's like it's happening.
Oh yeah, he's like you know what he reminds me of in a lot of ways, and also Sin. And now that I've actually watched Darling in the Franxx, 02, like when younger version of 02, when she didn't have all of her shit together, arguably never did the entire series until the end. But I mean, I digress.
Honestly, really, it's just any overly aggressive teenager with like mood swings. It's kind of
Got it.
I think like
the teen angst drama of Aurora Adventures.
with like murderous intent.
Well, great. So some supernatural. And anywho, trivia. Let's hop over to Sin. Sin had a very different thing. One, how did Sin's entry point into her what she desires was very different. Let's do the same thing. What was Sin's lead in, and what was her first real challenge? Let's see here. Captios. What was her lead in? Because it wasn't tea with Virgo. And what was her first real challenge?
So Virgo was like, Captios and Sin approached, Gig and Pisces behind, and Virgo said kneel. Captios knelt like pretty quickly, and Sin was like, I don't kneel for anyone. And so Virgo basically spun her around and tried to make her kneel to Gig, but she resisted, I think, that part. So basically, it seemed like Virgo's response was turning her to Gig to be like, you kneeled for Gig.
Right.
And basically she kept saying, like, you need to kneel before we can talk. Don't talk, just kneel, etc. And Gig, either Virgo Gig or Gig was basically egging her on. And fundamentally, right, like what Sin really desired, if I remember correctly, was like strength, independence. Yeah. Hold on. Let me actually find it because I think this is really important. Sorry, just give me a second.
Sure.
It was like 2 sessions ago. So going through is just like, okay. Freedom, strength, and acceptance. So freedom specifically, no one tells me what to do. And strength, like, I'm stronger than you. Basically, she was like pushed closer to the edge, and then Virgo Gig basically drew drew the string, and that made Sin snap. She attacked Virgo. She thought that she hit Virgo, but then when she woke up from the rage of attacking, she killed Alexa instead.
Yeah.
That was her entry point in. And then Solus was there, right? So Solus was basically like, Sin, we got to get out of here. They had a little back and forth. I believe her first test was Jacob.
Yeah, it was Jacob and Rolf.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Rolf.
Yeah.
And Sin swung at Jacob at the end of it, and it didn't do much, which I found interesting. I wasn't actually sure why it didn't do much, but
well,
yeah.
I think and I think it was alluded to in the after talk, if not like later on through the week, but it was the idea of the people that she killed in that scenario, the more connection they had to her, like emotional impact, the stronger it made her. So like for Jacob, I think like that's an easy decision.
Yeah, okay.
Of like, fuck you, Jacob. Whereas like Rolf would be a little bit of a harder decision.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why when she killed Jacob, it didn't make her as strong. It had like a tiny effect, but not as much, because it was a little bit of, I don't think she's as like emotionally tied. She hates him and wants to kill him, which is different from like everyone else that she faced.
There you go. So that's what it was.
So 50 points of XP. And I think since we're like marrying the trivia both recap, we'll just roll this together with pieces of recap.
Yeah, that's essentially as we're going through.
Yeah, it's important. So Alexa, what did Alexa and, well, let's see here, Alexa and Captios, what did Alexa and Captios learn by the end of their adventure together?
Sin, you can have first dibs if you want.
Yeah, I feel like us answering it first feels weird.
And it was not the power of friendship.
It's not the power.
It was
no
power of friendship.
No one learned the power of friendship.
No
This
one-
is not a power of friendship group.
Like the opposite of that almost, because you guys didn't really see eye to eye through it all.
The weakness of friendship.
Yeah,
Got
the
it.
weakness of friendship.
But like you guys both like kind of want the same thing, but just different means of being able to like do it or see it from a different perspective. I feel like that's wrong. I feel like I'm missing something.
Well, the only people that can answer that are the characters. So,
Yeah.
like, I mean, go ahead. This isn't a buck question, fortunately. I'm just giving out XP.
I would say that, because that is definitely true. Because like with the big conversation, a lot they learned was that they like I think there's aspects of things that they want to do that line up,
Yeah.
but like the avenue of doing it are completely different.
Yeah.
And I think there's like a fundamental communication like wall that I think that they struggle to get through for each of them. Like they both think that they are saying the logical thing, but the logic, like it's just not matching up when it's like said to each other. Because I think there's just like I don't know if it's like a viewpoint or like there's just like things that just like aren't matching up. So I think that was something that they definitely learned when talking. Something that I saw that was something that they kind of learned, at least something that was Alexa was trying to show Captios, or like kind of like iterate on, which why she didn't really want like the idea of a revolution, was I think Captios was really faced with, what does a revolution look like from the outside? Like if it's not you, like what would it actually take to do a revolution, and what does it look like? Because because we saw a revolution, but it was Ty's revolution.
Yeah.
So then you're seeing what's happening. I think at the very end he was like kind of forced to confront Ty, like, but Ty thought he was doing a revolution, like he thought he was doing the right thing. And then I think it kind of had Captios and like Alexa kind of face of like, once you've gone through and you've done this revolution, like, do you go for vengeance? Do you kill them? And then what happens after that? Like after you kill the person that did the revolution, well then what? They still killed all the people. it still happened. So I think that was kind of a point that was shown of like what actually happens once you do a revolution. Like, what does that look like from an outsider's perspective?
Yeah.
I don't know what Captios learned as well.
Yeah, I think. Look, I think Captius learned that. Look, both of them are well-meaning, right? Like neither of them wants an outcome that isn't the best outcome for the continent, right? I don't think that's ever been the case. I think it's a matter of like how like is the status quo or like tweaking the status quo the right model, or is completely changing it, right? Like completely altering how things happen or how things exist, the right model. And so yeah, I think he's realized that like look, they probably at this point don't have similar concepts of the process in which the best out like goodness comes, but as long as they rely on each other, they trust each other, like they will find it together.
Yeah, and I think that was a point that Captios was bringing up a lot. Like, we need to trust each other, because I think it was brought up about like when Alexa first left, because she didn't trust them to go forward, and then when Sin went to go attack Virgo, and I think like Captain said that he had her back, but they didn't really trust each other at that point. So it's a lot of like, we need to figure out how to trust each other to get through. I think another interesting point was when you think back to Ty's speech that he was giving about how like the people above us have like screwed everything over. Like fundamentally, if you really look at his words, it kind of lines up with how I imagine Captios feels. So it was really interesting that like it's kind of like you can have those like mindsets, but there's different ways about enacting a revolution, and his was very violence.
Yeah.
So like you can have the kind of like what from a distance is like the right ideals, but how you go forward and how you do it is important. Because probably the easier route is to just kill all the people that go against you. Then it's not a problem anymore. They're dead. And then all the people that you feel are in the right are alive. And then you can have a better, I don't know, society. We live in a society, guys.
Live in society. Always can think back to the epic rap battle of history, just every time.
But yeah, I think it was just a lot of, I don't know, realizations for the group and realizations for what it would take, I think, to be successful. So I think even like then Captios had to face the idea of, was he willing to be the greatest of all time, but having to step over his friends? And he said no.
Mm-hmm.
So he has like there's like a moral line that he has drawn for himself.
There are, was it priorities and acceptable costs, and then unacceptable costs. Yep.
And friends getting screwed over was an unacceptable cost.
Yep. Well, I'd say that your journey into figuring out what your motivations truly are and how they deconflict against each other when one cannot coexist with another. I'd say both Alexa and Captios pull up a point of inspiration each.
Yeah, I guess we can use it to maybe not die.
Nice.
Yep. And counter to that, the other real journey would be Sin's. So we'll start with the same way. What do you think Sin learned during her time there with Solus and in the Avernal battlescape?
So one of the things that I think was kind of harped on that I don't think Sin wanted to hear was that I think like the biggest idea of what they were saying as she was going through that fight was no one was making her do what she did. Mm-hmm. She had a perceived idea of what was going on, and moved forward with what she perceived. Like it's kind of, which I think comes from being around Alexa, because Alexa probably would have been like, oh, hey, look, there's doing this. She's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, this is what I have to do. But when you take a step back and you look at it, like, no one is forcing her to do these things. So it's kind of like the idea of like, you did them, like you need to accept that you have control over yourself and you have control over your actions. And she's not as puppeted as she might think she is.
And in line with that, there was one person specifically who really doesn't control her actions that she's been.
Oh, and the fun thing of which again, it makes me so happy because it reminds me of like the thing of like, does Alexa have a deal with Gig? Does anyone have a deal with Gig? Who has a deal with Gig? Yeah,
I knew it.
Yeah, the idea like he's never made you do anything. He's just giving you stuff. And
No, it's true. That's like kind of spot. Because like she always blames other people or other events, but like she didn't have to do the things that she's done. She didn't have to kill Solus. She didn't have to, just all things that she's done. Are her own decision. So like coming to terms with that concept, I think walking out of this alternate reality enchantment thing is something gonna be kind of on her mind. That like you just gotta stop blaming other people. Like, and if it's something that you want to do, then do it. But just know that it could go bad and it could suck. But that was your decision, so you have to own up to that decision.
Yeah, and I think that's something that harks to almost all of the characters, because I think it's always easier to blame an outside force rather than yourself. It's all like for like Alexa especially, she's like, you guys forced me to do this, but really no, she did it herself. She left on her own accord, and it's one of the things like it's always easier to just say that someone else caused you to do this.
Yeah,
And it makes the actions that much it's just easier to accept and easier to swallow. And like for some things it might be the right thing to do to blame an outside force, but like you have to kind of at some point take a step back and realize what your actions are doing and who is responsible for them.
Yeah, I think it's a good jump around. I'd say that from a DMly perspective, what I took out of the growth is that with power in a meritocracy, is that there will always be power, and having it closer to like being equal just makes it more volatile because people want to survive. So the idea of like how you manage power and how you distribute power is an interesting conversation. And you even see it when you see the conversations. I saw it with the conversation with Alexa and Captios, because the conversation is like the power of ideas and how they split across and how it becomes balanced out and how it'll constantly be a struggle. But that conflict is the only way, it's one of the only ways to get power distributed, versus when you just put it in one person, like Ty or Palo or Gig or anything. Like you get tyranny. You just get someone a bad day and suddenly you don't have a city state anymore. So it's like how power is, if power is a great ambition. And what I found very interesting, because one, Solus probably spoke more in Sin's side than I believe she's ever spoken. And Sin says like, well, this is who Solus is now. It's like, and she's a little goofy. She's a little don't get on her bad side, but better that side than the other side.
It's true.
But she was harping really hard on if acceptance is so important, it's accept yourself. Which came out like a bit towards the end, and kind of see that as like, yeah, taking accountability means I need to accept myself and I'm not perfect, and so on and so forth. Like it's that interesting growth to journey, which puts us one inspiration. Sin's very inspired. You've got some
everyone's got inspiration. That it makes me both excited and scared, because
Yep.
if you gave us all inspiration, why? Cool, like we did stuff, but like, where are we going?
Yes. So, before I jump into the thematics, and I'll do a nice like lean-in set for y'all. There are some things to handle so that your brain can wrap around of upcoming chaos. Now, I have prepped you guys across the week that this session would be very action heavy, very decision heavy. It is not quite feasible to be everywhere at once. So taking that approach will spread yourself very thin. So take your actions with that sort of opportunistic lens, so that you don't like try to do everything and then like the wall falls through and all things you try to do together. You got to spread the butter on the toast, so to speak. There's not enough, plenty of toast, not enough butter. That said, there will be very clear delineations of what we'll call like theaters or problems or effectively they're conflicts and complications. If you look back to how we handled the fight with Bile, there were a handful of things going on, and there were like conflicts and how those conflicts being resolved. Whether it's some misfortune, great misfortune, things were kind of like keeping the status quo, like the line was being rugbyed, scrummed in the middle, so to speak. That will be very similar too, so that you can gauge how you wish to react. If you've seen things like the Battle of the Bastards and Game of Thrones, with Jon Snow and whatnot, you'll notice that like combat itself is very chaotic. The only person that has a really good situation the entire time is Alexa. Alexa uses that as her ability to let people know it's one thing. Everyone else is going to be like, you're always a second from dodging your head getting cut off, let alone trying to figure out what's happening like 60 feet away from you. So keep that in mind too. I'll constantly feed you information. You guys are the focus. I'll probably highlight key things that are happening outside what the players are doing, as this is a story about the players. And come after talk, I'll tie in some of the nuances together that weren't, we'll call it an action shot or off-screen activities. That said, let's go right into the thick of it. We've got a lot to do. If we resolve them more early, fantastic. We'll just roll to after talk because we'll decondense this like Kool-Aid packet. If not, we'll take it all the way to the end. We'll start with Alexa. Alexa, you do return. So you were, the last thing that you did prior to was you were in Avernus. You were in Avernal Keep, where Luna was being held. You re-infiltrated. You were able to find out where Luna was, which required you to get a portal to go to where she was with Solus. You have to infiltrate where she was and make a hasty escape. Having spent some time in Avernus before, terrifying as it is, it's something that's, time to Metal Gear Solid thing. It's time to be bold. And you did. You did find where Luna was. She was being well kept, as effectively it looks like an asset, much like a ward to a devil who is not present. There were guards, and you opted the non-violent. However,
yes.
Escaping was rather challenging. Yeah. And you're in a highly magical location. It's not too insane to think that there are means out, such as portals. Of course, one's very suspicious, and being perceptive as, Alexa is, pretty easily connected, like 2 and 2 together, that this one goes back to Arhor'ha, especially considering you could see the other side of it, which was everyone in a cathedral having a conversation with Gig, like everyone's there, this is where you go. Jumping through wasn't your quick, like, Alice through the Looking Glass experience. It was more like a Star Wars, Stargate, hyper jump sort of situation, and wherein you saw other dimensional situations, such as what's happening with Captios, what's happening with Sin, or what's happening with Ozzy. Everyone broke off to help them through that, because what good is it to get the backside if everyone's, like, I don't know, brain dead? So everyone went, and everyone returned back. From the text RP you're doing, it will eventually come to a fade to white, which returns you back in the jumping location. Sin, the way yours already had a bit of a fade to white effect to it. So if there's anything extra, same, it eventually will just diffuse to white, which puts Solus back. And Luna returns back to the group, but she is like screaming. She's screaming. She's back there, and she's more ejected out at the end of the tunnel.
God.
With everyone. Ooh. So I'll go ahead and drop the, oh no, close. I gotta move this thing. So the portal appears right here. Yeah, we'll put it like right here. That looks nice and thematic. Here you go, portal. With Alexa, Solus, and Luna. And then Luna has a less than graceful entrance, describing Luna because it's been a bit of time. She's like, she's got all the appearances of like an 8-year-old child, white hair, black horns, smart and red eyes. She kind of like fumbles onto it and stumbles on. Everyone else gets a various "I have been ejected from the pod" sort of landing. And Alexa, the first thing you notice is that this portal is still active, surveying the area around. Like Sin, you're slowly coming to with your face like on the ground, like you were something like Ozzy did the good back slap and slid you forward a good 10 feet. So you're just kind of like eating the tile of this wrought this wrought stone cathedral scape here with all the flickering ambient light and the fox, obviously fake glass, stained glass windows and the fake lighting behind it, as you have this sense that you're still subterranean. And Captios, you wake too, but your awake is a little neater because you were drinking tea, and you notice your hand still on the cup of tea and it's empty, and like your head's like on a pillow, like you were actually like gently put to sleep, so to speak, or like gently faded down.
Nicely patted down.
You know, and Virgo is there, and she's sitting.
Man.
Notably, like Ozzy is just slumped over one of the pews, just like he tried to jump, and then like let go, so he just kind of like just flopped over there like a wet beach towel over a chair. And you know, Gig and Pisces are still closer to the back where everyone is.
Are they like conscious?
The Ozzy and not Ozzy. Whom? Gig and Pisces are still conscious. Like,
yeah, like,
Gig,
do they look like they had been affected by anything, or
No.
they're just like, oh, we are here?
they're standing there, and they are being they're taking an observant approach to things. Like they're not actively engaging to anything. Alexa, when you step in, Gig's obviously very hard to read, but you do notice he's more focused on the portal.
I think, based on the idea that, Alexa took like the very like stealth route. When you don't have to violence, don't violence. So I think going through and seeing that the portal is still active, she's gonna be like, we need to get ready for whatever. Like, I don't know how to close down this portal. So she's gonna kind of like look to Luna. Is Luna still screaming?
Yes. Like she's like wailing into the ground. And
So
I don't have the energy to wail like an 8-year-old child.
No, that's fair.
You can imagine.
You don't have to wail like an 8-year-old child. So Alexa's gonna try to like pick up Luna and look to Soul. It's like, we need to get away from this portal now.
All right,
And
go. You
try
go,
to pull them back.
Yeah, you start by trying to like pick up Luna. Give me an athletics test. She resists you.
She's tiny.
Yeah, you're both ridiculously small. Right, she's smaller than you. Let's see what you've rolled. 17, yeah. So
Nice.
you wrangle a child who's being a bit bratty.
She's a tiny bean. Come on, let's go.
Just flailing.
She's like, I know, but we can't be near this portal.
No, you
I
don't
okay,
know.
fine.
And she's like beating you with all
And
the
she looks
strength of like a
Alexa
rubber
looks to
chicken.
Solus. She's like, Solus, please help. She can't, like, we need to get away from this portal.
So, I mean, Luna has no desire like to go towards the portal. She's not doing that.
Yeah, she's like just trying to get him, essentially trying to get back to where, like, Ozzy and Sin are. Like, she's trying to get to that area.
So Solus does help, and she
like, please.
she walks over and she just like does the same thing she did to Sin. It worked pretty well. She just like starts like head pats, like. No! No!
Like, shut up.
Yeah, shut up. Okay, so
Are we able
that's
to calm her
what
down and move?
Alexa is up to. Let's do a round. We got 3 different perspectives to
It's
said
like, I am
result.
concerned, but also we need to move. Sorry, gotta go.
All right, let's do Captios next. Captios, you're rousing too. Again, very like nice midday nap level.
Oh, look at just.
And Virgo is still sitting at the tea table, the little lawn setup they have in the middle of the cathedral. It's her tea drinking.
Oh, am I supposed am I supposed to? I
Yeah.
thought this,
Or
Yeah.
just
I didn't realize.
Yeah.
just keep your nap.
Or you can just be like, and I'll take 5 more minutes. Thank you.
And I look at her. I go, "Are we done?"
She shakes her head. No, it's like what you just consumed was a bit much. What you're gonna want to do, and she like pushes the teapot towards you.
Wait, what I consumed?
What?
Sorry, no, out of character. I didn't hear
Oh,
the first.
tea, which was like the whole entire thing that you went through was like the idea like if you did consume like celestial, you might get burned out or poured
Oh,
out.
got it.
So this is kind of like the how much poison can you take sort of thing. So you just ask her like, "Are we done?" And she's like, "No, well, we're not done. You're gonna want to continue to drink this. It looks like I'd go with half a cup a day until this is empty."
And do I see a portal in the?
Oh yeah, like you see it is big. To give you an idea of how big this portal is, like when you go into like a mall and it has those big double sliding doors, it's like meh. Like you could push a big ass like wide cart, like a pallet cart. It's about that big. It's pretty big. Yeah, it's hard to miss.
And I see. What do I see? Alexa like pulling.
You
Imagine
you at least hear
Luna screaming.
Got it.
Luna screaming. And you work in the state, so you know what she sounds like.
When I look at the portal, does it look at all familiar? Like the one in the cave, like the one in any of Jacob's portal?
So photographically, I can't catalog every portal you have, but I will say it does look like an Avernal Keep, like very obsidian cut. I don't think that you've seen per se any portals to an Avernal Keep yet, but you have seen them and what they look like in books, because a lot of Avernus is just like this hellscape. So
yeah, got it. And I look at Virgo and I'm like, you know that's there, right?
She looks behind her and she's like, yes, and that is very concerning.
She's like, I don't like this.
She's and you kind of get struck by that idea of like when Vikings very like Joan d'Arc at like, yes, there is war across me. I am a queen, however, and staying calm is my business. She's got that very like vibe to her.
So as I'm getting up, I basically ask her, can I take this tea to go?
Yes. She just says yes, and she like pushes it towards you, and it's got this nice stopper. I would advise not sharing it, as that's not the deal, and I would be very concerned for whomever you do share that to. Could have lasting side effects.
God, if Luna ever just is like, I want some tea, and just like takes a sip of it.
I take the bottle, put it into my pack, which I still have on me, and then before I leave the table, I actually kneel.
And she kind of like does like the head bow thing, which she's never done. She's never done like a sign of deference yet.
I feel like if Sin can see it, it's gonna be super pissed.
It's not crazy, and it's not exaggerated. It's very nuanced, like something you'd see in court.
And I basically get back up, and I look over to see what's going on with Sin.
And then we'll just keep that camera pane going to the right. Sin, you do not have a pillow. You have like stone burn.
So I come awake and there's a floor at my face.
Yep.
Just a bit of floor face.
And then I instantly hear screaming child.
Yep.
Background.
Helps with the headache, I'm sure.
I shake my head and I kind of like clamber up to my feet, kind of like holding on. I'm assuming these are like pews.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I clamber up and like kind of like lean up and like pick up Wraith and like quickly like glance around. So like I initially see like the portal and then everybody else around it. And Sin just like stares for a minute like, that looks bad, while also rubbing her head. Looks to the other people, sees Captio's still having his fucking tea party. That also looks bad. Gideon Pisces in the back, and then Ozzy slumped over. So she's kind of like taking it all in. She'll end up actually kind of like stepping back a little bit to like go over to Ozzy, and she slaps him across the face. Hey, wake up! We gotta go. We gotta take care of something.
You slap him, and it's like slapping like a wet log. It's like nothing, no response.
One more time.
All right, same power,
harder,
more
like,
just harder. Whack! You do that, you hear Luna just yell, "Stop it!"
I like shake my hand. I look back. I'm like, okay. Well, while he's not waking up, what can we she looks over to Captius, can we get that closed or something? That doesn't look good.
And I look at her, I'm like, yeah, get your sister away from that portal. Basically, Alexa's like
what do you think I'm trying to do?
Yeah.
Like,
Trying to calm her down, just flailing child.
Oh man, it's gonna be. Yeah, because I also just killed Alexa twice in my little fantasy world. She's trying really hard, still kind of be a little pissed off at Alexa.
Well, Alexa's got the
glad you
best
could
in
join us.
perception ever, so
yeah, Alexa's like,
a couple
what
of that.
happened? Yeah.
She adjusts her shirt and she walks down the alley and she's like, "Give me the kid."
Captios, you're noticing something different that you didn't have before with your senses. You're starting to sense intent and motivation, and the biggest intent you don't know, and it comes from the portal itself.
Oh,
it's
no.
this idea of murderous intent.
Oh, that's bad.
Like the idea of when you're in like that horror genre and you're like, you don't know, but you feel like something's watching you and it wants to bite your throat out. It's a new thing. It's a new ability, a new sense of yours.
So I look over at the group now with Sin being like, "Give me the kid," and and Solus is like, "Pop, pop, pop," and Alexa's struggling to keep this little girl in her hands, and I'm like, guys, get the fuck away from this portal.
Alexia's looking like, we know! We're trying.
Well, I mean, you can drag the, 60-pound,
yeah, so I think
child
when
away.
Sid comes over, it's like, give me the child. She's like, Sid, please. Use your strength. I can't.
Yeah, I grab Luna and I literally, toss her over my shoulder and, start walking.
Literally kicking, screaming, hitting her with little fists and everything. Just
did I see Sin try to slap Ozzy? I guess.
Yeah, twice.
And I go, and
wake up Ozzy somehow.
no, yeah, I'm trying to think what Captios would. Sorry, I'm trying to think what Captios would be able to infer as his mind's going. Is if Alexa was with me, would I be able to infer, and this is out of character, would I be able to infer that the other two had a companion also?
It's a sound theory. I think as a hypothesis goes, needs to be tested, but a sound hypothesis goes through his head. Yeah.
And I look at I look over at Solus and I say, you guys need to figure out how to wake Ozzy up. And why I looked at Solus, I don't know, but I looked at Solus.
Figure it out, Solus.
And Luna's just beating on Sin, I'm working on it. A little.
Okay, first let's just move. So Alexa just starts let's get away. Let's get away.
Move thy tokens away from this portal.
Let's go back.
I'll put Luna with wherever Sin is, and Solus
I'll
will
head towards Ozzy area. And,
yeah, I don't know if there's a place of when you would say, "Hey, you couldn't have gone that far."
No, you can go as far as Ozzy.
This could be a weird suggestion that I can't fully remember the expanse of Captios' skills, but can't he read thoughts? And could he try to read Ozzy's thoughts to see if he's stuck?
Yeah, if I have it prepared. I doubt I do.
Yeah, I know you had. I remember when you first made him, you had something like that.
I
and
did.
That might help to figure out if he's stuck in something, or maybe talk to Virgo to get him out.
Yeah,
Because if he's not waking up from smacking.
Captios is undergoing what we call the paradox of choice, which is there's too many choices.
Yep.
Skyrim effect. Yeah.
But yeah, it's not prepared. So as of now, there's nothing. But what Captios is gonna do is so the first thing he's actually gonna do is figure out, did Virgo send the book to Clemens? So he's gonna look in his pack for the Book of Bama.
Yeah, the book of Bama. There is no Book of Bama, so you don't have it.
And I'm like, of all the times I needed to learn how to close a portal to Avernus, this would have been it.
Do you say that out loud, or do you think that?
No, I'm thinking it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
And
can
so
I-
I'm actually just going to go into my mind palace, and given what I know about Avernal portals, given how the cave went with me closing the portal, trying to figure out what it's going to take to close this portal.
Yep. So you'll need to find the terms and condition of which the portal was created, and then do the exact opposite of it, or find a loophole. So the first thing you need to do is find out like how and why the portal was created, or like just completely anti-magic it or dispel it or something. The higher end magics.
Yeah. I doubt dispel magic is going to.
You can cast it at super high level. That's you need
Yeah.
to do. Yeah.
yeah. It's like, I have the spell magic, but it's at its base level.
I look at Alexa and I say, do you know how this because remember in our
Yeah,
at
and she
the
said
end
it
of
just
our-
appeared, so she...
Yeah, but in our text RP, I think I basically say that there's only 2 people that I think that would have had known enough to be able to create that portal for you.
Jacob or Gig.
Yeah. And so Jacob's not here. So it's like, if Jacob created it, we're fucked. 100%.
Yeah.
Um,
Why would he create it?
Exactly. And so, yeah, at this point, Captius is just like, he's thinking through all this stuff. So someone else.
While he's doing that,
Pass.
I want to
Wonder what?
look at Ozzy
Okay.
and see is he conscious? Like, is he breathing?
He's breathing.
Is he
doing
alive?
stuff?
Is what you're asking.
Yeah, like is he alive? Like, is he just laying over in Sim, just like smacked up a corpse for a couple times?
I mean, with your perception ability, you can like do the Sherlock Holmes thing and see that he has shallow breathing. He appears to have normal like level skin temperature, so he's radiating heat. You can see like
Okay.
the heartbeat for his pulse. So you can equate that together for in a form of definitely not dead.
Okay. So I'm gonna look to Virgo, be like, what's wrong with him? Why is he waking up?
And since everyone's about standing and Virgo is just like sitting like it's tea time, she pushes out and she stands and she looks at the portal. And initially she does not respond to Alexa, as though she doesn't need to. And that initially becomes just the reaction.
It's because the portal? It's because of the portal. Because she looked at the portal.
She's looking at the portal. Alexa doesn't have the experience of the arrogance that is Virgo, but she's
Nope.
just looking at the portal currently. You will also notice, because you are Alexa, the passive perception of like deities, that Virgo looks like a very unfallen version of a celestial. So very to the point of what she's about.
So then, like, noticing that, and that she keeps looking at the portal, and then she's very much like, hey, there's a portal. We have more important things than why this man is passed out. There's a portal. Which is what I'm assuming is...
That's
like,
a great
the
assumption,
context.
and I'll just be out of character. It's kind of ironic that in Virgo's world, that is false, because she cares a lot about Ozzy and Luna.
Oh, right, because
Kids.
But I don't know that.
You don't.
I have no idea. So, actually...
Yeah, out of character, rather ironic statement. In character, safe hypothesis.
So then, like, Alex kind of looks like, okay. All right, Captain, you said either Jacob or Gig. Gig, did you make the portal?
Gig looks at Alexa.
Like,
Oh,
Alex is just like, I'm
fantastic.
over it. Did you make the portal? Like, I'm just trying to... A, thank you if you did, but B, can we close it?
So Gig, like, just goes like. He starts rubbing his hands, like sparks happen, like you're like rubbing flint together.
And
And then he,
just
like,
waiting to be
goes-
like, how much is the show and how much is he actually going to do something?
In a show. And he like blows like dust, and it's not like ooh fairies. It's kind of like what you expect when a bunch of like metal sparks off of each other, or like welding that's gone awry. A shower of sparks in that general direction, and you see it go towards the portal. It does not close, but what it does do is it has a timer above it, and as one could imagine, when it finally does arrive, it's 6:66.
Oh,
and you see the
gosh.
numbers like decreasing. 6:65, 64,
It's like
6'3".
Gig.
There, Alexa, Gig says, and then stops.
It's like, God damn. I think Alexa just like looks at the piece.
Like, there should be more of that
this.
sentence. Like, that was a comma, not a period. Like, Alexa.
She's like, I was free of this. I was away from it, and then I'll come back. It's like, okay. So is it?
Well, go ahead. Sorry, Alexa.
Oh, no, like, is that a timer for it to close? Is that a timer for something to come through? Gig.
So you say that, and like Gig like hops on top of one of these like pews, like he's a rock star. Like 1 foot on the seating, like 1 foot on the top, and then just like it's like helming the cathedral. Like and the on the far end of SS Cathedral is this portal, and he's just staring it down.
So I'm gonna approach Virgo, and I'm gonna say something on the other side has a very murderous intent right now.
Virgo, who's still like eyes on the portal, says, "Yes. See,
Oh,
my powers are
good.
making their way to your means of interpreting them."
Great.
Countdown to our death. Nice. I plop Luna down into the pew next to Ozzy.
And like Luna immediately just like grabs onto Ozzy, and it's adorable for a moment. Like just like tugs his like his like she's like so small and he's not strong, so like just like pulling him over the pew back so like he's down in between them, like hunkered down, and he's kind of like just sitting there like a soldier in a trench.
Sin, she kind of like kneels down to like get to her level, and she like taps her on her forehead. Listen, short stuff. Your job is to try to get him awake, and if something comes out of that portal, you drag his little.
She puts like a finger to your lip,
figure it out.
so she literally is like, you're like,
Stop it.
Whack! I whack her hand.
and then just
Don't
like
touch me.
she immediately starts whapping at you. And the two of you like are gonna start degrading into just like a slap fight at this rate.
Alexa's like watching this, like, guys, breathe.
What? She looks up at Alexa.
She's like, you know
And
what?
then uses
I
that
get it.
child. Luna gets some of her hair.
Oh God.
I know what I'm doing. Turns around. Ozzy, come back, Ozzy. You can do it. You can do it.
Look,
Do it.
the little kid's got it. We'll be fine.
Do it. Yeah.
But we need a game plan.
I look at Virgo again, and I say, how did a vernal portal open up in a celestial keep?
Virgo, who like steps towards the direction, has to kind of go around Captios to be closer to Ozzy and Luna, and says, "This isn't a celestial keep. Great darkness is held beneath here. If anything, this is a great place to open up." And then she looks at to Captios and is like, "Wait, isn't this like where the Zodiac Observatory is?" And blah 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 blah. And Pisces looks to Captios and says, "The observatory is much further away from here. That is a holy place to overlook this dark place."
Oh, great.
And you just hear me under my breath, motherfucker.
And Alexa kind of looks to them like, care to elaborate?
Gig is just like still like at SS Cathedral.
Oh, no, she's not
he's
paying
like,
attention to Gig.
no, and he's like pointing at the portal, which at this point, in full cinematic flair, there is a figure that's making their way through towards the portal.
Of course.
And it is a woman with bat-like wings, pretty majestic looking horns. This stereotypical I'm a demon-esque black armor.
Jeez, I feel like Cincha's just gonna look at this person and be like, "That's who I want to be when I grow up."
I want to be where those wings are.
Cool ass wings, huge ass horns, black armors. Yes.
And she's standing at the portal, and she doesn't like miss a beat. You can like hear like the clacking of the stereotypical like high fantasy I clearly fight in heels sort of effect. as she steps through, and the first clack of those obsidian, just her feet, cause the stone to crack and crackle with heat.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
Does she look like anyone I would have read about?
No. No, not in this case. Although
Yeah.
candles are all about infernal threats.
About the infernal threat, yeah.
Or infernal threats. Let me see if the candles had any records of her real quick. What do the dice say? How the candles been doing? Horrible. They don't have any records.
Yeah. They didn't get that far. Anyone
They
that got there
didn't. They
died.
didn't get enough intelligence on this person. So there
She
wasn't
looks
enough
pretty
records there
kick-ass.
for Captios knows nothing about her.
The candles have failed me again.
Oh.
Their intel network. Once more.
I mean, they're not doing super great with the Jacob White stuff. The candles aren't.
Yep.
What a useless organization.
What a useless organization. I know. Let's see here. Gig. Meanwhile, Clyde's like, well, it's got a clean house, I guess. So this lady steps in and steps through, and with her first step onto this ground, Gig goes up, and like an annoying person from Jurassic Park. Just, and this creature looks at him like he is beneath her. The same way like Virgo's been looking at all of you up until now. And then has another foot.
She's in his area.
Another foot steps onto the ground, and she surveys the area.
With Alexa going in to get Luna out of there, have I seen her? Like I don't.
Oh,
I don't know,
you've absolutely seen portraits of her in the keep you went to. She's the person who owns that Avernal keep.
Great. And I'm gonna kind of look to say like they're basically gonna be like, that would be who had Luna.
That thing?
Yeah.
Does it have a name?
I doubt I saw a name anywhere. Like
I don't think you were focusing on researching the keep owner.
Yeah,
I was. Die.
Yeah, I was like I saw her face all over it.
Okay. Well, so she's pissed off that you took Luna, and that's
Yep.
why she's okay. All right.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm down to kick her ass. So I mean, look at her. Take that. Let's go.
I feel like
let me get Solus where Solus actually is real quick.
I feel like, yeah, and I get Solus away. Like I feel like Alexa would definitely be like, not gonna be in the front of everything. Maybe here, but like, I imagine Alexa with going through Avernus twice now would be kind of just aware that there is a hierarchy, and to get a keep, you have to have a really high. So she's like, I don't know. Ooh, I don't know if kicking her ass is gonna be something we do. Like she had her own keep, Sin. Her own. She's high up.
All right. Well, that's great, but we're not in Avernus, and she can go fuck herself. As far as I'm concerned, she's not taking Luna back. So.
Oh no, she's not taking Luna back. But I think we're. Whew.
Welcome back to the group, Alexa. This is just our day to day.
So she steps in, and she steps, and like her boot cracks through a pew, like just splinters it. You can just see like melt through, and then combust and splinter. Because she's big. Like the fact that her token is that big is not because I wanted to see your picture. She's a large creature. She towers over, like troll sized, but humanoid. If you just expanded one out, like an enlarged spell.
I know that we have been playing Final Fantasy a lot, so it makes me think of probably like the size of like Shiva.
Yeah, that's fair.
With big.
Or the other really sexy lady.
Yeah, the new sexy lady that we saw.
Sophia?
Yeah.
Okay. So big sexy lady.
Big
Big sexy demoness, a devil, comes out, and she steps through, and then more devils behind her are falling out. And like Captios, you do know enough about I think I could fix your character.
I appreciate that for you.
It's it's holding shift and then one of the arrow keys will do
got it. Okay,
yeah.
got it.
Is that why?
Not that I don't greatly greatly appreciate seeing like
Oh.
Cap just being like, what? Periodically.
Oh yeah. That's
Those are higher type devils. They're more than rank and file soldiers. Those are, he would recognize them as bearded and chain devils, which is no in themselves no joke. She steps in and she addresses Gig, who's like, no, you can't do this, and her voice has the same thing that Gig has, that like haunting chorus to it, and it doesn't even address anyone else. Just looks to Gig and says, this domain is pathetic. And then looks down to see everyone here. You consort with celestials and subpar souls. She takes like her hand to her hips and like she unfurls like a whip. More coke for the flames of the blood war, all the same. And then Gig, who's like totally not breaking pews, like stands on top of one, and then like hops to the next, and says, "Mezakine." Big flare, like he's balancing on top of like something small with his feet, like, "Mezakine, you cannot be here." He's being oddly formal. "You cannot be here. As you can see, this is my domain. I have reign here, and you are not welcome. You have signed no deals with me to be present here today. Therefore, I must respectfully," very sarcastic, "respectfully request you to leave the way that you've come." She looks at Gig. It's a silence gesture. "I do not have to take orders from such a low-ranking devil as your own. The fact that you can survive in Avernus is astonishing, let alone try to govern these many souls. It's a matter of time before someone of strength come and wrest it from you." And then Gig jumps. Boop. "Be that as it may, they are under my charge." And that would be an act of war. As the king stops forward, absolutely destroying the next pew. If you could call this a war, it'd be easier if you surrendered. You've got better things to do than hear the complaints of a joker. Gig pops forward, deals a deal. "Now war's work, Mezakine. To the victor goes a spoil. Your domain versus mine."
Are you kidding me?
And Mezakine... Go ahead.
Real quick question. The nature that's coming off of Mezakine, is it the same infernal nature we felt off Shirley?
Yes. Yep.
Interesting. So I'm gonna basically say that. I'm gonna basically be like, guys, this is the same infernal nature that was emanating off Shirley.
Oh, cool. So she's been trying to destroy Aurora for a while now. Great.
Yeah.
Yep, and Captios, you get a brain blast from the useless candles for just a second. And you think back to other events that have happened in the past 20 years. How Freeport was invaded by infernals, by portals. How Shirley came over through portals. How blighting has happened from Avernus. And if it wasn't Gig, who was it?
Why so focused on this place? I imagine there's lots of places that people in Avernus
Yeah.
could just like destroy. Why Aurora?
Why did the Vikings sack England? Because it's undefended and full of riches.
Fair. Fair point. Fair.
And thinking back, was that the reason the Celestial smited Freeport?
Yeah, it was because
Cauterize the wound. Mm-hmm.
And now I'm a Celestial, so let's cauterize this motherfucking wound.
So Mezakine Mezakine and Gig are having their square off here. They're having their high dramatic flaunt in the spotlight. And Gig says, unless you're afraid of a jester.
Gig's got real Loki vibes currently. Like, I'm just gonna hop over.
And Mezakine unfurls this long, barbed, menacing-looking whip, and she, like, cracks it at Gig, wrapping around, and just wails him around like a lasso, and tosses him to the far end. It's like, she's the Wonder Woman, said, I fear nothing. And Gig goes sailing.
And it's just like,
Whee! Crunch.
Does Alexa see him bleeding?
Oh, he's just bleeding all over the place, like he was when spinning around. Like,
But,
that
like,
hurt.
So in Captius's mind, if this is Gig's domain,
He should be strongest in his domain.
right? Like, are there devils that can come to your domain and still be stronger than you?
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think.
I think it's gonna go to something Gig's about to say, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh no,
Yeah.
like my thought is kind of that. Yes, this is Gig's domain, so he is strongest here, but that does not mean that there are still super strong things in Avernus that are even stronger. So she's here, so she's probably not as strong as she is in Avernus, but she's still goddamn strong, and she's huge.
She's a big one.
Tall lady.
All right, so we'll get into the thick of this Avengers scene here for a moment. So Mezakine steps forward as troops begin to pour out.
oh boy.
Oh, all right. I don't like this.
And they have a nice little rank formation behind them. Boop boop boop. And they're fanning out very neatly, like they are structured, lawful creatures, lawful soldiers. Whee! Let's put you over
good
here.
more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
And like while this is happening, like Alexa's gonna kind of get low to the ground because Luna is a tiny bean,
She's a tiny
and
bean.
she's down there with Ozzy, like kind of being very aware of like what they're after. Like they're probably out going to try to kill all of us, but she's just like, I need you to keep hidden, and I need you to keep safe. You and Ozzy, okay?
She's like looking back to Lena. I'm like, I don't need to be told that.
Okay, just. She's like, I know you can take care of yourself. I just want to make sure that you're safe. And then she just gets back up. Like she's like, I'm not gonna have like an argument with the child. She's just like, stay hidden and stay safe. And she gets back up.
I look over at Virgo while Alexa's doing this, and I say, "Is she the reason why your brothers and sisters smited Freeport?"
Virgo looks to Captius. I'm not the holder of knowledge, but where there are devils, there are celestials fighting them.
Okay.
So Gig, who has cracked into the altar, just forearms out, legs out, body just crumpled in. You can like see his horns. There's like a little bit of black stone like just falls off of his horn. And he gets up, he dusts himself off.
Yeah, just pretend everything's fine.
He goes, Mezakine, I accept your challenge. And he stands this nice little epicenter. One grave error. What? He sweeps out. Behold the land of which you stand. Sweeps out. Built of my bones, built of my blood. Built of generations of living, thinking, willful things that have fed and grown strong off of my existence. Of the thousands of threads, they apex to a single source. And now, and he points to you, to Mezakine, you can see like all these threads, like a thousand garrotes, and then they just kind of just go slack. They fall down. Have untethered them. And he jumps up as though he has been Cerberus Unchained, and
Excellent.
you see a series of little small dots, like Alexa will see them, like small black dots that appear behind him, and they start becoming circular, like circles of power, and then become more and more advanced circular magical formations. And then these bolts just hail down in that general direction as series of these black, gold, black, and red. Like these strikes just come from behind him, taking up the entire behind him. As you see, like Gig unleash a force that tears through it as though someone had like a series of Gatling guns behind him. The pews are just completely eradicated, just nothing but smoke. And a series of these creatures are just obliterated on contact. Boom, 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 boom. And Mezakine clearly had to defend herself for it. Her wings are tattered. She can't seem to fly anymore. And looks to Gig and says, "Is that the best you got? Because I have." And she looks like steps away from us behind her. My own trump card. Whoop.
Oh no. Oh.
And something just as big as her steps out. Captios, you've read about these too. Normally they're in the books as Run for Your Life. They're horn devils. Like, when you think of, like, the game Lord of the Rings, it's like Balrog horn devils. They're nasty beasts.
You have that feeling that, like, hey, maybe you're in over your death.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you should just...
And then we'll start, and I'll say where and what you want to do, and we'll split up where the conflicts are. As Virgo looks back to Gig, and then to this creature, to Mezakine, and says, "So do we." Through one of the stained glass windows, you see it like vibrating, and then you hear this like, ooh, can't do that.
Oh no.
In fact, yeah, we'll do that too. It does actually like shatter the ground where you're at, like makes it very rumbly, kind of like a stampede, very Lion King. Until something Kool-Aid Man's through the stained glass window over here.
Oh, great!
And keeps on moving, and with like a bull's charge, just takes this thing over here.
Out. Okay, good. Because that's cat.
Yeah, this is where unfortunately we don't have Ode with this. This is where Ode would have entered.
Ah.
Yeah. And in this craziness, Mezakine and Gig seek to square off in a pseudo like aerial battle. And on the floor, not only do you have these, but you can only assume that more reinforcements, the ones you're currently looking at, are distraught. So, initiative isn't so much a thing here. I will, however, if you know where to find it in Foundry, if not, I'll show you. The crossed swords is where the encounters are. I'm going to start this encounter real quick. If it'll let me.
Actually, before we start, I'm gonna go take a piss.
I was gonna ask
time.
that too. Can I peek?
Yeah. Go ahead and take. I'm glad it's like next time on. Oh no!
I'm so sorry.
Oh no!
Well, I'll fix the cap. Go. We'll take a bio break. Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Oh, fuck it. This is awesome.
All right. Let's see here. If I move Alexa over here. Move me back up here. I think that fixes it. Yeah. That's Alexa's chair. Okay. cameras
Oh, God.
are lay fixed.
Nice.
Yeah, Zoom changing it so you can just drag and drop people's stuff around. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a nice addition. Applesauce. Oh God.
Sin, what's your game plan? Other than to just smash some shit, hit some shit.
Murder. Oh boy, oh boy.
Yep.
I don't know.
What you do and how you do it matters more than what you roll in these situations.
Because we need to figure out how to like get that gate closed. Because man,
Mm-hmm.
killing him isn't going to matter so much if they just keep coming in. I'm assuming.
Yeah, like I think that's the biggest thing is like we need to get those forces stopped, but we need to get that gate closed.
Got a timer. So that's
Does-
like a. I'll go game theory for just a moment. Like, what are your win conditions? Like, you can let the timer run out. I mean, you feel pretty confident
Yeah,
it's
like,
going to close and that runs out.
Yeah, is that like kind of the thing of like we have that much time, so do we just have to kind of keep them down until that timer runs out?
It's more like the default. That's a non-creative answer. Like, you will know. You feel pretty good that when that timer runs out, at the very least, it'll close down.
Well, we learned, or at least Captos was told that the gates you need to kind of, what is it? Go against how they were made, like find out the conditions of why that thing was made.
Mhm.
And I think the assumption was that Gig made it.
Mhm.
But then why? It kind of seems like Gig made it, and then the Mezakeen took it over. No, because like
I
why would
mean,
it not just
that's a
close-
solid. That's a solid Alex hypothesis. Pac would know that that's not reasonable.
Yeah, like Alexa again. Alexa sees stuff. She doesn't know stuff. She's just like, I'm gonna try to deduce things. I'm just trying to think of like what.
Now that
From yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, from like Captios, like getting more like intent-based knowledge going this way, it feels as though Gig wanted her to come through that portal.
Oh, good.
Like Gig's entire time, like the Captios vibe, which is like newly budding powers, is like playing poker for your soul sort of situation and making it look like you have a bad hand.
He he almost like positioned us all here.
Get all the people here, make it seem like, oh no, I was just trying to reunite you, but actually no, we need to. This person needs to go down, which makes sense because if she had Luna, that means that she also had the ability to release Wrath.
And has the contract with Jacob.
Yeah, so getting her, basically, it's like the idea of like, I can see a way of getting her on my turf, so I can have the advantage.
In a
But that
fucked
doesn't-
up way, he's trying to help us, but
But also, that doesn't
It's the
answer
only
how-
way Gig helps anybody.
I'm just trying to think of what we can do to. Can we destroy the portal?
So my is to start is to see if I can utilize newly found celestial powers to contact Ray.
Hmm.
And see if Ray can help me figure out how to close the portal.
Gotcha. You kind of like do like a reach out, like stretching out the new budding abilities.
Given the fact that they knew that Capricorn was coming.
You feel like there's a different reason with Capricorn coming for that one. You got that vibe from Virgo. Like the thing you got from Virgo was more like this is the contingency plan, and effectively what Capra is like this endless train. She's the conductor, so she's like the carrot in front of the horse. So all I do is like wave the carrot here, and here comes Capra.
So am I now the conductor? It's hard to tell, right?
It's
Or
it's too early. In a lot of
I think
things.
you're like starting to become, not you are.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Like I think like it's still because you haven't finished that thing of tea.
Yeah.
So I
I
think
just
it's-
drink the entire
You're
thing.
like, go.
Well, you could really go full Paul at that point. You'll just be completely cored out. Just I am pure celestial power.
yeah, Don't do that.
Don't do that. Do not chug that keg.
I mean, if it's between that and soul burning, I'm chugging that keg.
It's fair.
Yeah,
you're,
that's
you're
fair.
soul burning in a different way. It's gonna burn with
Exactly.
a
These
different
two
type of energy.
options.
All right.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
you've had a moment to alleviate yourself after this action-fueled entrance challenge situation.
Literally pee the fear away.
Pee the fear away. So as your DM, I will help categorize the 3 areas. Is that the big thing that crashed through BT-dubs is Capra, in Capra's current state. So the lore about Capra and Ode being like highly corrupted but together, still tracking. You have a very incensed Miss Bull Ram going ham against this horned devil. So very, very apt. You've got Mezakine and Gig squaring off like titans in the sky. Well, as much as the High Cathedral allows, and the fact that they can't fly all the way up. And on the ground, you've got some devil soldiers, and they're not kind of like fodder. They're more like space marines. They are of the higher caliber. They're not imps. They're not lemurs. They're mean in their own right. And those are the 3 areas that are the main conflicts currently. The grounds, we'll call them the devil lords, and then the devil champions. Well, I guess in one case, one's a celestial, so.
I kind of think, and I'm pretty sure we're all on the same page, kind of thing of like, we need to focus on getting that portal closed, like work on like the fodder, but getting that portal closed first, because before we can even focus on the other 2 big fights, because if things are going to keep piling in, we're going to get overwhelmed.
Yep.
Will that cut off Mezakine's like?
Power source,
Yeah.
like if we close.
So if you close the portal, kind of like time slows, allows you to think for a moment, because big brain. If you close the portal, a few things happen. Reinforcements would not be able to come through said portal. You see no other portals around here. That generally sounds like a good thing. The benefit of having the portal open is that when you kill a demon or a devil, not on their plane, they just go back to their plane. You kill them on the plane that they're in, they die.
Oh, so essentially, oh, damn it.
So a lot of the things that like that Gig just killed, just like kill them and force their soul out for the portal, and like either killed them or chose not to. Like you have the option of actually killing these things if you leave it
As long as
open.
the portal's open.
And you kill them and like coup de grace them on the other side. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which I think probably is what Gig wants to do. Like get Mezakine low enough that then he can just like maybe kick her over and just like it's one strike to kill her over there.
Yep. So it's the risk
'Cause
versus
she's still
reward.
gonna
But
be
while the
because she's
portal
still
is
gonna be
open, you have to deal with whatever is being sent through the portal.
Do we want Gig to win though? That's the question.
I think we want her out of the picture. If we're looking at because if you're going big picture with she's created Shirley, she's brought devils in, and we're looking at the problem of she controls Reth enough to make that deal with Jacob, she needs to be gone.
In a great ironic way, because I do like writing in irony. If the candles are all about stopping the infernal threats, there are 2 candles. She is the biggest infernal threat.
Yeah, she is the infernal threat.
And the big picture, if Gig takes her, right, he kills her. If Gig gets her domain, what does that do to his power? How much harder does it make it for us?
Oh, I'm
to
not even
control
thinking
him
about
here,
domain.
whatever?
I'm just thinking of just.
I know.
I'm not even going that far in my logic right now.
But like with Wrath, right? Like if Gig and Wrath are combined, does Gig now can control Wrath more? Like
Yeah, there's a lot. I think that there's a lot to process, and that's the times
Yeah.
like you won't have time in character.
Yeah, I think
to
in this
process
situation,
all of those nuances.
that's 2 steps past what we can get to right now. My thought, okay, is there a way to block the portal? Not
Yes.
close it, but block it. Because I'm thinking that might be our smartest option, is blocking it.
Yep, there's lots of ways to physically blockade the portal. It is large. It was large enough for like a troll-sized creature to walk on through. Again, think like those big old mall entrance bullshits that they're being lavish about it. It's a large area, but it is not immune to being blocked or putting things in front of it.
What is at our disposal to use as blocking. We've got the rubble from all of the pews that she
Pews,
just
so
destroyed.
wood. You have your immediate environment consists of stone flooring, which is rather masoned in, not exactly easily movable. Pews, which are fairly movable, they're furniture. There are there's that altar behind. That's probably the most movable like stone thing, and it was cracked up a bit. There are those large like braziers, so like there's them, but they're made of metal.
I mean, does everyone agree that that might be our best option rather than closing the gate, blocking it?
Yeah, sounds good. One issue I have is the only person here strong enough to
Sin.
drag things over
Yep.
is Sin, who's also necessary for like killing these things.
You're not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true. Do you have your disc thing? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, Tensor's disc, but that takes time to cast. Could you...
shit, yeah.
Hey guys, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna sit in this corner.
Six.
Don't mind me.
I
was like, well, it's closed.
It's closed,
Discs
and
now.
we have a disc.
Yeah, like that's the struggle with those. Is it's a ritual. I have Unseen Servant, but I don't think Unseen Servant can just like lift.
It's got a weight
It's-
requirement. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that weight requirement? It's been let's see. Just to see if it can help.
Sure.
Oh nope, it's got a strength of 2. Just kidding. It can do nothing.
No.
It can do nothing.
It basically serves you tea.
Yep. It can lift a pebble. Just talking like
It does light gardening. Can't even weed. Yeah.
Can't even weed. Okay.
Water.
Okay. Okay. So we have an idea, but we have no way to execute it. Well,
You have established an objective. Blockade
Yep.
the portal.
Yep. And if that
Virgo.
means blockade it with damage, then that's what we're fucking doing.
so we've got. I do have a question because NPCs are their own people.
Yes.
Things. Virgo and Pisces. Do they seem to have a preference on what they want to focus on?
Virgo is focused on protecting Ozzy and Luna.
Okay, so Virgo potentially can help us. We don't know what she can do, but maybe she could lift stuff. What about Pisces? Or maybe she can like do stuff.
Feel free to ask
is
Virgo to
not-
lift stuff in.
Happening.
What about Pisces? What does Pisces seem to be focusing on?
Pisces is focusing on healing you guys.
Okay, so
And well, currently
I
she's
look
focused
at
on
Alexa.
healing gigs. She's kind of like going through and being
Yeah.
raid healer at the moment. I mean, that's what kind of her role is.
I look at Alexa and Sin and I go, if we consider Gig to be one of our allies, we have to trust him. We got to hold down the fort here just by beating the shit out of these things until he's ready.
can I ask a side question? How strong is Solus's hair? She lifts.
You have been with her for
Can
quite a
she-
bit. No, her hair is very strong.
Could she potentially help lift stuff?
Yes.
Okay, we got 2 people.
Yeah,
We got 2
I guess, and
people.
it's a weird aside, but if you think like man, I can't think of good non-anime analogies. They're just kind of like mecha arms. Like if you imagine like a mecha suit could like grab stuff and throw it, I imagine that's her
what
hair. It's
her
very
hair is.
strong. It's magical.
And Ozzy's just passed out.
Ozzy is just passed out. He is just like slumped over the moment.
Alexa, I have another great idea. Just stab yourself until you have less than half health, and then you become.
I feel like this is a good idea for some reason.
hey, technically, you don't know I can do that. I think I imagine she's probably only had to do it once or twice in Avernus. So that'll be a fun thing. Like, just keep stabbing. Like, hold on.
Yep.
I'm strong enough, guys.
And again,
Let's
it's only
go.
been 10 days, so I'd imagine just once, and you know what
Yeah.
it does to you.
Yeah.
Don't, definitely not your lead-in.
Like, hold on, guys. Let me just get real exhausted afterward. Just be fine.
All right,
Okay.
let's do this.
All right, we got 2 people that can potentially lift stuff, but we have to clear the area in the front first. So I think we have to fight these regardless, because we have to get them out of the way. Okay. All right, guys.
Are you ready? Okay.
Questionable. This is a really cool battle, Buck. Also terrifying.
Yeah.
That's
really excited, really scared.
That's what I shoot for. Exciting but terrifying. It's kind of like the Aurora Adventures experience, isn't it? Exciting but terrifying.
Excited but scared.
Excited but terrifying. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's go. We don't have, like you said, do we have to roll initiative or anything like that, or we're just going and things are happening?
You guys get to go. I resolve.
Sin goes first, honestly.
Yeah, whatever order you want to do it.
So if that's the plan, so I'm assuming that that's like kind of just discussed across this
like
aisle
that.
of pews.
We got to get these things down, and we got to close that portal. Like, I think that's our plan.
Well, this sounds like a fucking blast. So I'm gonna jump. Can I jump over, like, because there's no initiative, so do I have to worry about like movement speed and stuff like that?
You don't have to worry about movement speed. Like, you assume that you're all doing your turn, and then all the enemies and all these theaters do.
Okay, gotcha. So it's essentially, because it's not like, oh, they go then they go. It's just like, hey, we all have. It's like an initiative group. We are our own initiative.
Yeah.
Group.
At this point, there's only one initiative group, and it's everyone. And eventually we'll refactor it where you can only get 2 of your like followers or allies abilities. But until then, pull up Roll20, and they're all in your initiative group for this battle. So.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna kind of jump over the first 3 pews and then land kind of in this aisle. What I want to do thematically is bring my leg up and kick those pews so where they break and like push them back.
Okay.
I don't know if
it sounds awesome. Yeah, give me an athletics test to see like how you shatter and push and bury these people in like the rubble that is pews.
Come on.
26. Yes, absolutely. So you destroy these pews like they're made of freaking cardboard. And you bury these 3 in shrapnel. They take a little bit of damage, but more importantly, they are pinned underneath shrapnel. And I'll give them little images so you can see who the fuck I'm talking about. Do status effects. Here, little skull. There you go. Man, there's a lot of them. I digress.
Status effects or devils? Because like both, but
no, I'm giving them. No, so you can tell which ones that you just buried. Like they see, they have little icons next to them now on their thing.
Okay.
I'll put little skulls on them.
Aww.
They take a little bit of damage, but more nominally they're buried under rubble. Okay, so Tsin does. She buries a bunch of bitches under rubble.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Anywhere.
I know at least Alexa will just try to offer cover for Sin. Like, Sin's running in there, so Alexa's just like giving cover whatever she can do. If they're covered in rubble, I imagine I can't really see them.
Nope.
Yep. So I'm gonna go with, if she's right there, that I can't.
I can see your and that's why I can see your mouse. I can see you're pointing at.
Okay.
Thank you, Foundry Lords. This one right here.
Sorry, I know you guys have been in this one for a while. I'm still getting used to it. But I'm gonna focus on that one because I think that's the one that's gonna be able to get like closest to her.
Mm-hmm.
In attack. So I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast it twice to try to keep things at bay.
Sure. Go ahead. Roll your Eldritch Blast to attack. Well, I'm 95% sure 10 does not hit, but yeah. It does not.
Yeah, I don't think it would. 23 hit?
A 23 will hit, yeah.
Okay.
So 14 force damage?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're already rather wounded. That's a pretty sizable dent.
Good. Okay. So yeah, I'm just trying to get cover so that when she's running in there, she's not just getting mergulated by them.
Cool.
And also kind of taking a step back. I know that you're going to kind of go through and like see like how everything's going on each side, but can you, when either Gig or Capra show signs that they might not be winning, can you like because Alexa wants to like be aware of that.
Yeah, I'll provide.
Like we're
what's
focusing our
considered
attention here.
A
but I need to...
situation report on how these 3 areas going. I consider the close the portal objective as part of the Infernal Legion conflict.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
That's my turn for right now. Is just to try to break down
All right.
the things that...
Keep in mind and check what your what like Solus helps you out with.
I was actually just going through all of the things. So I was just trying to pull them up. Trying to find where is Solus.
But while you're figuring that out, Captius, what are you doing?
So I whisper, Penger's on my shoulder, obviously like up, like not happy.
No,
and
tail straight up, hiss, whole thing, yeah.
And I whisper basically like, go help Sin. And so you basically see Penger, like Penger's normally a cat. You see Penger literally jump from my shoulder all the way to Sin's shoulder in one jump. And just lands on Sin's shoulder. So like that way I can cast shield, I can cast whatever I need to on Sin. In the meantime, as he moves, now he's on Sin's shoulder. Because he's Penger, he can see these 3 creatures, right?
Before they get buried in rubble, yes.
Yeah. So he's actually going to cast Guiding Bolt at the first one right here.
Okay. So as Sin's like rushing in, Panger jumps on Sin's shoulder, and like through the torrent of debris and shrapnel, a white blast of Guiding Bolt. Okay, I can get behind that idea. That sounds sufficiently badass. Go ahead.
So I just do that from the spell book, right? Yeah. So I just roll from the spell book, but I'm rolling Firebolt, but then I have to re-roll for this because I don't think I have Guiding Bolt in
your thing yet.
Yeah.
I have a potential concern. Solus isn't in Roll20.
All right. Well, while I resolve that,
I imagine because with season 10, Alexa and Solus left.
While I resolve that, that does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's just /roll 4d6, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Murder, do it. You got this, Captius.
I just did. Did anything happen?
I saw it, yes. 4d6 came up as a total of 8.
Okay.
Captius is getting some leopard skin dice. Just wants to just show off that fancy fur.
Oh.
And it's Panger's roll, you know?
Yeah, again, I think she's just not in there because Alexa and Solus left the party in season 10, so...
And...
That's why I don't like she...
And this is because Panger's drawing off of Pisces, right? And then the next thing Captius is going to do, he's actually going to himself, he's going to basically look at Virgo and say, is there any way we can use our celestial power to block the portal? Not close it, but block it.
So, and Virgo looks at the portal and thinks, kind of. It's just like not in the way you think. Not a physical barrier. We can entice people not to come over.
Like throw cookies in the other direction.
What is she celestial of?
Motivation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna actually motivation with her for the rest of my
like trying to figure out
action, what that entails.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna like slide over on the pew, and I'm like sitting on the pew having this calm chat with her while this action's going on.
I feel like it's
literally there's like the sound of stone as this horned devil is gored into a cathedral wall. The sound of metal clashing down, candles rolling, the roaring of Capra just tearing into a horned devil that's just jabbing into him with this trident. Above you, Gig's just being Gig, fighting with this winged devilish. It's shrapnel going everywhere. Sin's like, this pew is made of cardboard, but it's like bricks to you. And then it's like, well, how do you feel about stopping the portal, Virgo? It's like, well, we can't physically stop it, but we can entice them.
I'm surprisingly calm, given I like feel I'm like radiating some like calm from both Pisces and the fact that I have like some of Virgo's power slowly like.
Oh yeah, it does kind of concern you that it seems to be I'm gonna say eroding your humanity, but rather dulling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of like keeping you like you're almost like forced to be cool under pressure.
Yeah,
like you can't show that you're like worried or anything. You're just like, this is the right thing to do.
Nerves of steel because you've mastered feel, or nerves of steel because you become numb to it, or like you burned out those neurons. Yeah, it's a different type of fearlessness, but it's a great time to have that regardless. Let's see here. So Virgo is definitely contemplating that. Roll 20 has been fixed. You can view her. She was there. She just didn't have permission to see her.
She was just hiding. Like, no one gets to see me.
Yes.
Where'd she give me?
So while you're doing that piece, or figuring out the soulless piece of these things.
Yeah, because I remember she had a thing. I just.
You have protection from evil, and your Eldritch Blast may do radiant or necrotic damage instead of force, and you gain resistance to radiant and necrotic damage. And then, if you hit, when a member deals radiant damage, roll 1d8. One member of the group gains that much temp HP.
Right, it was all about radiant damage. So then I remember. So I would have made Eldritch Blast radiant because radiant against devils seems like that's the smart thing to do. If we're going with the idea that celestials and devils are fighting all the time.
Yep.
Seems legit.
Yeah, like radiant damage. Like I think she should be like, yep, go that, and then
So roll the 1d8.
1d8. Thank you. Nope. Oh no. Nope. Don't take it back. I take it back. I take it back. I rolled 2. What? Nope.
That's me.
Okay.
As while you're doing that, I think the only one currently that is damaged is Sin.
Which is 3. It does temp HP, but yeah, I'd give it to Sin.
The 11 is coming from Pisces. So Pisces is providing healing. She's literally providing emotional support.
And the 3 is 10. So give Sin 3 temp HP.
And also, since Sin's the only one who's damaged, can heal, like straight up heal 11 on top of that.
Well then.
Okay.
As Pisces effectively does the pseudo of like a mass healing word. She gives some nice background music amongst all the crashing that's going on here.
Melania.
She's not going full on singing, but it is very bardric in nature.
Okay.
It's like, where do you think Melania learned it from?
Right.
Yeah. Feels very reminiscent to the Ursa Minor fight now that she's healing in the back. Yeah. All right. So Solus is helping by constructing and forging that holiness. She's also taking the advance too. She's more bold these days. And when Sin goes and like kicks up like the pew, like half of it splinters. So she takes the part that just kind of goes away, and she jumps up and uses like her hair is like these huge whips, and like whips it around, just goes way over everyone's head. Ozzy, like Captios, everyone that's in the back, so this huge shadow of like half of a pew that didn't get splintered across, and she chucks it into one of them, just crashes it as one of them's like, I can get up! Smack! Now I can't!
Just kidding.
Just kidding. Yeah. Very stretchy. Let's see here. That takes care of all of the people. Let's see how the theaters are doing. The theaters! Starting with Mezakine versus Gig. I'll have to use this because I need both screens.
That name has been used in something. And
Mezakine?
Lucifer.
Yeah.
It was used in Lucifer.
That's why. Okay, thank you. Because I'm like, why? Why every time I'm hearing that, I'm like, I know that name.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes.
Maze. There we go.
Maze.
Thank you. Which, that's very fitting. Solid name choice.
Yes. All right. So, Mezakine versus Gig. They are battling it out a little bit above everyone else. They are a power class in and of their own. Mezakine has this very barbed whip, and she whips it around Gig's arm, and you can just hear like the idea of like it crunching and very powerful. And then you hear like a splitting as though his arm is pulled off. And Gig just kind of like reels back with it and pulls his arm back and like slaps Mezakine with the arm, which sticks and then explodes right on her face as this fight continues.
We've literally seen him.
I'm just waiting for the keys to show up. This whole thing, the keys at the
army of keys. No.
It's all coming together.
Oh, no.
Key strike, go! That's what, you know what? That's what was actually striking. All those little black dots were just the keys melted in necrotic energy and darting across. Just like a daka, 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 daka.
No, you know what's going to happen, Captios, is that she's going to throw her into an area of just doors.
Yeah.
Just be like, yes!
Don't take away my next attack!
I'm sorry.
Infinite door! Attack! It's like Portal. All right, so that's how it's going. The result for those that are looking for a report from Mezakine versus Gig is it is currently at a stalemate. They're both hurting each other at equals. One currently does not have the edge. Just seems like Titans duking it out. Capra and the Horned Devil. Oh, God, yeah. So Capra and the Horned Devil. So Capra is already, like, goring in. The Horned Devil takes the trident and it's, like, just stabbing it like he has been gored by, like, a boar and just trying to get this creature off. Capra gets hit with, like, the trident and, like, rears back and he completely loses access to it. Capra, like, bites and, like, rips off a good chunk of this creature's, the Horned Devil's, like, arms to the point where you can see the bones and ligaments. And as the Bone Devil's, like, realizing he can't do anything with it, he, like, tears it off, meaning that the Horned Devil only has, like, one of his arms left over.
What's with people just tearing arms off? Arms are
very,
going everywhere.
It's very visceral. The Horned Devil looks like he is losing in a major way after that.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did literally lose an arm.
Did literally lose an arm and his weapon.
And his weapon.
True,
Yeah. Like, it's like, this is my champion. It's like, your champion just got wrecked. All right, now the Infernal Legion. First check.
Sorry, my first word is like, your champion got wrecked by a hungry goat. Just like, I need nibbles.
All right, so on the portal side of things, you can see that there are, or Alexa can see that there are reinforcements that are looking to run in. Like, you hear them, like, see them marching in, and they keep running, like they miss the left turn. They just run on by and do not go out the portal.
What?
Yep.
Okay. I assume that's either they're very stupid, or it's intentional by Virgo and Cap. It's either.
You can hypothesize any way you'd like it. That's what happens.
Yeah,
a squadron of devils are marching like to it. It's kind of like you have this open door in the hallway and like someone's fighting in the cafeteria and the teacher coming in to stop it, but they don't stop at the cafeteria. It's like, oh, it's the other cafeteria, and they just keep on going. You're like, oh, I guess we're still in food fight. Okay, as you do.
All right. Okay.
The rest of them do engage into the Deathlands. These few that have little icons, they take their time getting out of the rubble. The rest of these, however, are about murdering sin.
Let's go.
On your shoulder, you hear Panger just hissing.
Angry cat sounds.
All right, we'll start with Barba Devils. Bearded Devils, bruh. All right, let's see. All right, Foundry, impress me.
Oh my God. Are you impressed?
I don't know yet. So those are all the rolls. It's straight. It's not with advantage or disadvantage. It's like for their glaze where they come at with you with their infernal weaponry. They swipe down
like
15. 15 and 15 looks like glaives would miss. From what I know of. Actually, I can see your armor class because
17.
I can see it in your passive perception. 17, correct. 15's miss as they come in with the glaives. They keep on charging, and their beards. Their beards have these little gnarly snake things, and they go.
Fuck! I forgot the rage. God damn it.
All right.
Okay.
Well, you're You're gonna be angry now when these like beard snakes bite
Yeah.
you, and you look like
Yeah.
you get.
It's more snakes, Sid. It's more snakes.
Fucking
You're just-
I know that there's the shield ability, but however, 15 it would be 22. So those are
Yeah.
hit even with the shield. Yeah. So you get beard snaked, which would be a total of 14 points of piercing damage. I need 2 Constitution saving throws, as they do have poison.
God. Poison snakes. Wasn't that the same thing before? Like, poison snakes try to take down Sin?
Yeah, her and snakes. Her
Her and
nemesis
snakes!
is snakes.
Was it
Fuck
like...
you, snake things.
That's good. Being in the poisoned effect is bad. So you do not. You save in both cases. So you feel the poison, which is a good enough reason to be angry enough to rage after this.
As if Sin needs a reason to be angry.
I'm always well. She wasn't always angry in the beginning. She's not always angry. She's working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That said, you don't become poisoned. Being poisoned is bad. All right. Oh, I never hit the start button on this. Begin combat. Maybe you should actually see this, so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. It's under the crossed swords now.
Okay, and this is...
Under number 3,
Infernal Legion.
Infernal Legion.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
So, yeah, can we just go in? Jump in?
No, I'm still
you
resolving
want-
the Infernal Legion.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm hitting that so you can see what they are.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right. So
We're learning Foundry's ability.
You said 14.
Yeah,
or
7 and 7.
Damage.
oh yes, a total of 14 piercing damage.
Got it.
And these chain devils, these big chain boys. One thing that's very disturbing about these things is that when you look at a chain devil, they don't really have a face of a bit of a cowl that will appear to be someone that's close to you that is traumatic. Like in Sin's case, it'd be like soulless. You all find yourself steeled against this. Like, it's the equivalent to someone wearing a very bad Halloween mask as opposed to playing in a Phasmophobia.
Thank you,
gotcha. And-
Pisces.
yeah, that's because of Pisces, right? 'Cause
Yes.
we can't be
So you
affected by-
see that, you see like the attempt, and you see completely through it. So
Nice.
that normally is a very horrifying effect because it keeps you running and screaming and you're frightened, but you are not.
Yeah, thank you, Pisces.
That said, they're still mean beans.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, moving forward, when you attack these things with spell effects, they don't worry about it. No one's gonna save DC against them yet. Captios does know that these things, as higher infernals, are resistant to magic. Just be aware.
Great. So, fun fact, I only do magic.
Resistant to magic like effects. Like if you try to banish them, you might have a bit of a problem.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. What
Yeah.
about... So, one of the things that Sin and Alexa have, because I've been going through the stuff, is that they have the ability of, if they're attacking the same thing, it will blind them. The final truth.
Yeah, just
Would that...
nope, and we'll just no.
Okay.
Let's table that. Like that goes
Okay.
back like combos back to season 7. So
Gotcha. Okay.
well, we'll get to that in a different moment. Now is not
Gotcha.
the time.
I just
know that if
saw
you
it was there.
just know that if you do cast something against it, they are resistant against save versus. They're also immune to fire unless your name is Sin Thatcher, because you can break fire. But it might be difficult
Gotcha.
for say Captios's if he does a firebolt. He knows not to. Those are things that your characters know. Anyway, we're still resolving their attacks. Don't want this to be a combat slog.
Yeah.
Chains. Well, one's just a nat one, so don't worry about
Hey,
that.
look at that.
And chains whip about, smashing around you, just this flailing frenzy. One of those chain boys are making their way towards like Captios, Virgo, Ozzy, and Luna. Most of them are getting out of the rubble, which goes back to the top of the theaters and letting the heroes of this grand melee choose their actions. I would say that in the theater of the Infernal Legion, positive progress, no misfortunes.
Yay.
If
Okay.
anything, positive because they just ran by. They're like,
All right.
So I'm just quietly sitting there, and I'm actually gonna. Captios has the ability to help an ally during combat, so I'm actually gonna help Alexa because I realized from last time that Sin doesn't give a shit what I say. She's gonna do whatever she wants anyway.
good.
Yeah. So just just quietly sitting there. As I see the chain devil coming towards us, I look back at Alex and I go, if you don't mind aiming at that one, that would be great. And the way it's
Comes up extra
flinching
Virgo.
Yeah, exactly. The way it's flinching a little bit to the right, aim for its left shoulder. I don't think it's going to be able to dodge the attack nearly as well if you do.
Okay. So she'll take that advice and she will attack it twice. Because, yeah, seeing that it's starting to go towards that, she's like,
attack it twice. I like the color of those dice. That first one's a hit.
And it is a 19, so I'm going to make it a crit.
Okay. Get to roll. Get to roll that. I think 1d10 again.
Yep. All right. I'm so happy that they put the number right next to it because it makes my life so much easier.
So much easier, right? So a total of looks like 20 damage radiant.
Yeah, 20 damage, 20 radiant damage, which also means I'm gonna roll again to see if I hit, and then I'll see if I have to do 2d8.
All right. For your thematics, it definitely gets hurt. It is not yet dead.
Okay, but yeah, like on that, Alexa's like, all right, fine, and she like sees like exactly that he was talking about, and she hits it. You see like smack him over to the side. She's like, ha, fuck you.
Fuck you.
And that one I'm assuming would miss, but helping
17.
The 17 hits.
Okay, and then that'll be a 15, so 35 total damage,
which is just enough to destroy it. So go ahead and describe taking down the advancing devil.
Yeah. So like with Captios in the back, being like, hey, you see this? Like she kind of like hones in on this, and she's like, oh no, this is going to be a bad statement, but just
go
know
ahead.
it's like the only chains I see are Ford's chains. And she's going to smack.
Go ahead.
And then you're going to see almost like bounce off of all of that radiant damage, like a radiant force almost like comes over and washes over Sin as she's fighting to give her the temp HP. So you got 9 temp HP.
Nice.
Perfect.
Hey, guess what? Captives, we murdered someone.
We did. We did it.
Yeah!
We did it!
Murder!
This is most acceptable.
Hey, Sin, we've killed one person. How many have you killed so far?
Oh, shit.
Oh my God. Do not go.
Oh, no. It's all over. No.
I get really pissed off that I got barbed. Just
You got bit. You got bit by more snakes.
Just all the time. So I'm gonna fucking frenzy rage. And
Panger's on your head, just sitting.
Frenzied cat.
Yeah.
like rip a barb out of him. I'm like, ah! And I just get pissed. So I'm gonna go attack the one that's closest to me right here.
Yeah, you got two. You got 2 snake boys right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 2 Stings with Wraith on them. 1, 2, and then my third attack is going to switch to this one right here.
Okay. Oh, the glory of being able to see who your cursor is. Yes.
It makes life so much easier.
So much easier. Yeah.
Okay, so let me see. Did it turn on my right?
I've never seen that
Yeah,
icon before
out.
of Sin's rage.
Oh,
Oh, it shouldn't. How did?
What's up?
Because doesn't it normally show? It's not showing my rage on my page.
It's not showing your rage on your page. The page rage.
How did we do that last time?
Well,
It's just-
take time, because while you're raging, Panger's on your head, and he's gonna, before you can hit the second one, is gonna cast Guiding Bolt on it for more radiant damage.
So more
radiant
another
damage.
another 1d8.
Because I can't tell on me.
Oh wait, that's only if it hits. Sorry, I know you're gonna do.
Yeah,
Guiding
no
Bolt.
I'm
just so excited.
Start with this. Roll an attack, and we'll see if it's actually factoring the +4 damage in. Because we can always just hit the thing and check. All right.
Oh, Oh wait, no.
You're reckless, right?
Yeah, reckless frenzy
Yeah.
rage. So it's 28.
All right. So 2d6, which is the fire damage from. Yeah, I'm not seeing the pluses. So we'll figure that out.
We gotta do some math.
Multitasking it a bit,
Yeah.
but the difference is it's +4 for the rage damage, and that's
So-
I think that's it because we have
Yeah.
the plus from the fire damage right up there.
The
Just
24.
roll- Just add +4 to it.
Yeah,
20.
+4 to your bludgeoning. Well, I think it's your bludgeoning damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus fire.
Which is
so-
in this case it's advantageous in the effect that they're resistant to fire. Well, they're technically immune to fire. They're resistant because you're Sin.
because
Hmm.
she breaks that fire.
So it looks like 11 plus 4 is 15. Half of 9 rounded up is 5. So 19 damage. And we'll figure out how to get that automatically put in your
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay.
And then you said that Pinger's going to do a guiding bolt. Do you want to?
Yesen's attacking the first one twice, and he's going to actually cast the guiding bolt as she swings on the second guy.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, the
Okay.
first guy looks nearly dead with that first swing.
Okay. So second swing. Hey-ya.
Don't have to worry about math. He's dead.
you killed him. So I imagine
Does the gig thing apply here? Because he's around us.
I think so.
What's the gig thing?
The fancy words.
The investure of flame and the
The
jumping
the
of
blood
the...
knight. No, the blood knight stuff. So like if you dealing a final blow to an opponent deals fire damage
Yeah.
from wraith to all enemies.
It does.
Okay.
So the fire damage you dealt with Wraith was 12. So that would
Okay.
go within, I think, 10 feet. So that would affect the other two beans. Mm-hmm. So that does
Okay.
affect
Fire beans.
these two beans. The Barb Devil and the Chain Devil that was attacking you. Okay. And then there's a Guiding Bolt. You said, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that gives me
If it hits.
Well,
If it hits.
where's the
Yeah.
roll to hit on the Guiding Bolt?
Coming through.
That Guiding Bolt at an 18 will hit.
And then it's going to be
Nice.
roll...
And it's 4. I already
4d6.
rolled it. Oh, gotcha. You're doing that.
For my
You get
damage.
4 temp HP, Sin.
13 actually kills it.
Oh.
So
Hey,
you
Sin,
like,
I've killed 2.
you kill
How
you,
many have you
you kill stole one from Sin.
bitch. Can I read my attack then can I move then and go to the next one?
Yeah, whichever one you want to go to. You've got 2 options, right? You got the
As you-
bearded
as
devil
you
or
see-
the chained one.
As you see Panger kill it, and you like, he comes down and just nuzzles your face a little bit, and then jumps back onto your head.
Yeah, it's like you beat one down, and one's like getting ready to go, and it's like, no, pump. It's like, ugh.
He's just a helpful murder floof.
I am gonna move forward and go and attack this barb devil because I don't want to deal with that poison.
The
Okay.
snakes. Poor
Yeah.
snakes.
See if it hits.
A 17. Well, you're reckless, so yeah, the 20
Yeah.
hits. With a total of, we add
13? Because
Well,
it's 10, legend, 3, 5.
10. It's 12. So it's
Yeah.
3 rounded up, which will be 4, 2, because we have the fire damage.
Right, thank you.
6 plus 4, because the four thing is we have to fix the plus 4.
Right.
That said, you're looking at 12 total damage. Pretty sure he's still alive.
And
Guys.
then okay. Oh, he's still.
No, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead. So then the fire damage. Shoot, that one would this one be affected by the fire damage as well then?
Yep.
Well, it's only like 2 points.
It's 2, but
So it's like 1 point. Like,
these 2. I mean, it works. It's
Yeah.
every little bit counts.
guys, I'm feeling really good about ourselves right now, which means that something's going to happen that is going to tear down that.
I am
Some
going
bullshit's
to like,
going to come through that portal.
use my.
They are, to be clear, like they came at you weakened. They were assaulted by a barrage from
they
gigs.
were already
Ooh.
Melted down key army.
Yes.
But hey, feeling good. Feeling.
That's good, yeah. No, don't discount the wins. You did murder 4 devils.
that were like below half health, but we
don't put conditionals there. The fact is, you killed 4 devils.
That's right.
Yeah.
All
right,
right.
and
That's my turn.
That's
I
your
moved-
turn. Okay.
Quick academic question.
Oh.
We're killing these creatures on this side. Are they just regenerating on the other side of the fort?
Once they recover, they would. Yeah, if you let them,
okay.
if you let them die here.
Okay.
So it's kind of the idea of they do end up there, but it's not like they can just immediately come back. They have to.
Yeah, they don't have like a
Recover on the other
respawn spawn point.
Auto
line.
respawn. It's not Call of Duty for them.
Yeah, it still hurts, but like it's like getting it's like when you really exert yourself in athletic activity, you don't just like, cool, I'm better, put me back in, coach. It's like, why don't you rest in the ice bath and we'll see you next game.
Yeah.
Got it. But what is Sin, like, given what Captives knows, what is Sin's blood and fire breaking doing to these devils?
Yeah, it's quite the sight, right? Traditionally, these creatures are immune to fire, like they're fire forged. The idea is like Sin burns so hot, she breaks against it. So like from an academic standpoint, the idea of like the thermal conductivity that would absorb the energy, she is actually dispersing it. She's like breaking those connections.
And is it?
It's closer to
essence,
force damage than something else. Yeah.
Is it like breaking the creatures in such a way that they will not regenerate? Because she's literally breaking them on Arhor'ha.
No, there's a high probability that they'll still regenerate elsewhere. It's more like that she's breaking parts. They'll probably come back weaker. Because
Cool.
the parts where they're scarred, it's like the like with like trolls and fire, like that area is not going to regenerate as much, but they'll still like come back if you don't kill them that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a jarring experience for the devils to see this. They are fearless, however. It's
But
kind of
they're not like, I mean, you're like, what is this?
like you're taking silver bullets against werewolf sort of situation. Got it. All right. Anything else that the heroes?
Solus is doing her own thing, right? Like
Solus is effectively supporting Sin.
Okay. Then
And crafting as much of this radiant energy as she can. She's
Gotcha.
doing one of the two or both.
Then yes, I think everyone did something.
Okay.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I apologize. I did want to move my character
Okay.
to.
Farther back. Alexa's retreating.
Oh, it's not my turn, so I can't. But I would have gone up closer to where Solus is to kind of.
Wait, what do you mean you can't move her?
It says combat. It's not my turn.
God damn it. Is it doing it for you too, Sin? Can you not move?
I can't move.
Son of a bitch.
I can. Yeah, it's not letting me. It just reversed me back.
The things we learn.
I mean, like, I think this is the first really big combat thing that we've done. So it's a learning process, but I'm loving it.
Okay.
I'm loving it.
So I'm wondering if this will actually kill my list. It does. It's okay. I could remember it really easily like this.
10, 15, 20, 25.
Mazikeen, Horn Devil. I'll pick this.
Infernal.
This dummy.
This fucking guy.
This guy right here. This random devil.
Dude.
Got it. All right, so that we're not spending time dealing with technical difficulties, I'll have enough bandwidth to fix the tracker and things and whatnot. So I'll go to the theaters, and that is to say, the first one we'll resolve is Gig v Mazikeen. How you doing, buddy?
Hopefully, really well. Like, that's below. Like, not below. That's above 50.
It's above 50. If above 50 is good, that means that the Gig's doing well. Gig is doing well. So after his like hand explodes on like Mazikeen, you notice that Gig's fighting style is, in a word, chaos. When she's done exploding, the pews themselves begin to fragment, almost like pixelate, like little blocks of them start floating upwards, like dust particles, and then become these shards that like attack her and rapid succession, like almost like a rain of splinters that go at her. She gets like porcupine for a bit and burns them off of her and goes to attack Gig, like giving him a good like punch to the face. And he takes it, but in doing so, like grabs one of her horns and breaks it off.
Oh.
So like he like takes the punch and like as does so like foot to chest, whole thing just takes that and everything like kicks her off. So they go back a bit. Now he's holding on to this horn. He's just like being like creepy with it, like tossing it like a grenade back from one hand to the other. Yeah. It's like got blood just like dripping down like his eye and like the side of his face, and it's like slightly dislocated, so he cracks it back into place. Yeah.
This is like Sin's happy place. Like, yes, more blood.
So let's see what's going on. Capra and this dummy.
That's not good.
Yes. So in the previous one, there was a great win for Capra. Now the Horn Devil, who has only one arm, and Capra, it looks like it's all over for the Horn Devil effectively. Except for he uses his arm, which has been like ripped off, still functions.
Why?
So like as Capra like pulls it off, like discards it, the arm grabs the trident and like holds it in place as the Horn Devil lifts off and impales Capra back onto the trident. So he's like, trident's like this being held there, and the Horn Devil's like pushes him back on and goes straight through Capra's chest. And then the Horn Devil just takes his one good arm and just starts wailing on Capra. They're both doing shitty. Like they're both in bad
they're both like really bad spots.
And the Infernal Legion. The Infernal Legion has no reinforcements. Like you don't even see like troops like marching forward. Like you think that they've completely forgotten about this place.
Thank God.
All right, getting us to the top of the second cinematic round with no, these guys have to attack. Then it's Team Heroes, and you can only guess who they're going to attack.
I'm gonna go with the angry fire tiefling.
Yep. All right, there's only one Barb Devil, which is the guy with the glaive and his snake beard.
Only one snake.
Well, that's horrible because you're recklessly attacking.
Yeah.
So they both crit you.
Okay. I am resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Correct. You are. So let's see here. That is 5. That's 11 damage on the first one because you're not immune. You're not resistant to poison damage. And 6. So that is 10, 5, 6, total a whole 9 damage.
Oh my God!
And a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
I just think if we got hit with that stuff, the difference
you'd
in
be
the amount of damage.
And you're like, poison.
Fuck you, poison.
Fuck you, poison.
So the total damage from that was 9.
9. And potentially being poisoned, which you saved against. As this thing just like goes in there and you're doing your wild damage thing, which leaves you wide strikes, wide open. Like these are seasoned fighters. They're not backing down. They're finding those opening points and they're taking them. The Chain Devils realize that Sin's a force. They're breaking through their fire damage, and they focus their chains on completely just wrapping around her and shutting her down. That said, let's find out if they do.
God.
I just hear it. I don't even see it.
You just hear it.
Oh God.
Not like this.
I think 2 hits.
Miss?
No, they're advantage,
Wait.
right?
Advantage.
So 2 hits.
Oh,
Two-
yep, yeah,
two
yeah,
hit.
yeah.
So
You're like, no, maybe.
Fuck.
it's the same guy. It's only one of them successfully. Like all you see is these chains, these black iron chains of charcoal, cracked with the redness of infernal lava, just wrapping around, trying to get around Sin, and a few of them don't as they rattle, but as other ones find like her arm and like her waist and like her foot, ankle is what I'm going for. Her ankle, like this wrap around, and then they tighten, and you take quite a bit of damage. Let's see here. That is 5, 12 plus 19. 26 damage total with resistance and factored in. Oof. You are also, unfortunately, very much restrained.
Yeah.
Is it what you said? It was one chain devil that managed to grab her.
Yes.
Which one? So I know which one to kill.
One on the right.
One on the right. Okay.
Sin, just remember you have Soulless's power too, on the beginning of your next turn.
Okay.
Clear one condition of your choice at the start of your turn.
Does that count for restrained if it's a physical thing? Okay.
Yeah, but basically Solus will take her powers and break the chains. Chain breaker! So nice! Which leads me to see what are people doing. Virgo is keeping the distraction tactic going with the portal, which Gig would find amusing. She's just like, it's another day and being like, a demigod.
So imagine her being like, but look over there. But look
it's
at
this
that thing.
door.
It's this
door. It's that door. You went through the wrong portal. You have to wait for the bus to come back. And let's see here. There is Pisces providing healing support. I think it is still only Sin who's been damaged, so 12 points of healing.
What's new?
Why do you think she's getting all the temp HP? We're just like, be fine. You got this. You got it.
Just stay here. Just do your thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Bringing up the hero's turn, and while you guys think over what you're doing, I will fix a couple things.
I mean, I'd say probably Alexa seeing Sin get like held so much, she would just like be like, nope, and immediately just Eldritch Blast at the chain devil that has her constrained. She's like, nope.
And as it's being held, it's like it's using its right arm to hold those chains, like
so you can see like the
strongly.
Weakness in that.
Yeah, so like aim at its right side because it's not going to want to let go of the chains.
Okay.
You just hear Capios yelling, just like calmly yelling from behind you.
He's like the calm coach. Well, it's a crit, so with the help action.
Yay!
Fuck yeah.
1d10. Oh no! Did it added it for the crit, didn't it?
Yeah, it added it.
Okay, so it is. I rolled a 3 anyway. It's just like we know what you're gonna get. It's a 3.
We've established what you're getting today.
So that'll be 17 radiant damage.
Okay.
To that chain devil that has Sin in his little chain grasp.
All right, you blast him. He's still alive.
Okay, I'm gonna blast him again.
Okay. That'll hit. That'll take him out.
Excellent. So yeah, like she just sees those chains going around Sin, and like seeing her so restrained. Just it's like almost an immediate reaction to save Sin. She's like, nope, pew, pew. Stop it.
Yep.
And it like as soon as it gets hit, you can almost see. I mean, I imagine like the chains almost like disintegrate away from Sin as it like falls backwards.
And blasted off. The sparks are even like this sickly like black red color. Yeah.
And then as this one falls again, you see that the glowing like radiant kind of fall over Sin again to give her 6 temp HP.
Whenever there is the white light, it just Solus is crafting some shield.
Yeah.
And
that force field.
Interesting. No, I'm just thinking through like you've got 3 people in front of you, one's blasted away, and like I'm curious. Never mind. That's a dumb idea. Never mind.
Let's stop it before it gets roots. Don't let it get roots.
Can I use my standard action to basically try to start, because this is how I'm training with my newfound powers with Virgo. I'm like helping her in her like distract.
Yeah.
Like that's how I imagine Cappy is working. He's like helping Alexa. He's like watching what's happening with Sin, but he's also like training with Virgo on how to like use the powers.
He's going like full support mode where he's just like, I need to learn how to like train this, but at the same time, I'm going to just kind of help the battle without actually fighting. Just like
it's still a bit early on. It's
Okay.
mostly what you're able to do is like figure out what where things are going. It's kind of like seeing where it is and then manipulating what people are doing with it. So you're currently in the early states of like seeing versus doing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to. So I guess my question is, I want to use my standard action thematically to help
Yeah.
Virgo, right?
Thematically, you absolutely can. Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, it'll factor in well that currently this action is being very successful, so it could very well be in part to Captios contributing,
Helping.
like synergizing.
Because I also don't want to
harmonizing.
make it seem like I'm not like if I can do more, that I'm not doing more. But like I'm trying to think thematically how he would think.
I mean, you've helped me murder things.
That's true.
Yeah.
You've assisted the murder.
And
And it's also worth considering that if you're doing well there's other things going on. You don't have to all focus on one thing.
yeah.
Are you able to have Panger help? I can't remember
Yeah.
how the action economy works for.
Yeah, Panger's
for the
doing
Panger.
it. Panger's Panger things. I told Panger to help Sin, so Panger's helping Sin.
Just that angry floof on top. Pew, 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 pew.
Here's another guiding bolt from Panger at the bearded devil right in front of you.
Huh?
That'll be close. Let me check the
Yeah,
double.
that's 16, so it's a close number.
It does hit the bearded devil.
He's not wearing a shirt, so that you know it's just.
He is not wearing a shirt.
And then I'll roll the 1d8 for you too.
Does 14 radiant.
14 radiant, still standing, a little extra glow.
Get 2 temp HPs in.
Woohoo!
Is there anything else?
I think that's everything we can do.
Is it my time?
No, Sin didn't murder stuff. I'm so sorry. We
Yes,
just killed
I
stuff
wanna
in front of you.
murder
I'm
things.
so sorry.
I would like to use Solus's effect to get out of being restrained
Okay.
at the start of my turn.
Oh, okay.
Right, then you break out of chains.
And that pissed me off even more because nobody's gonna hold me down. So
Ain't no strings on me or chains.
From behind you hear Capio say, Sin, that just sounded like you were yawning.
Yeah. Tea time.
let's start with Wraith on the bearded devil.
Okay.
Like, Alex is gonna turn back to Captain. Like, is this like a thing between you two now? Do you just like goad each other on?
It's been a long 10 days, Alexa.
It has been 1, 2,
Hit.
3.
Miss.
Fuck.
Hit. The first and the second. So, the first one is 4 plus... Yeah, 4 plus 15. That's 19, you're right. So it takes down the bearded devil. Boop. And the second one would be 6 and 12. So 18.
18.
Yeah. Which does not take down this chain devil.
6. Wait, the fire damage is half, so 6
Plus 8.
to the.
Plus 4. Because we don't have your rage damage in.
No, I mean just the fire damage. Because if I killed one, then that fire
plus
damage goes.
Plus an additional 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Still alive. This is a triumph.
Fucker.
He's angry, like, just die, man. Oh, you know he's gonna get you in his chains one more time before you murder him.
Of course he is.
Yep.
he is.
You know it's gonna happen.
Legion's looking pretty slim. Legion's looking like a single chain devil at the moment.
I'd rather chain devil than like.
Bearded
Would you?
poison boys.
Would
Yeah.
you rather be in chains than be poisoned?
I mean, no, I don't like any of this outcomes, to be honest with you.
She's learned, like, I hate snakes more than I hate chains now.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
About what chains made out of snakes? They're in the furnace.
That's like, I feel like that's Sin's new nightmare. She's like
Can I,
someone
like-
like yielding snake chains. Like, yeah.
I don't know if it's too much action, but can I say something?
Hey, Zary, what?
all right, we're killing them off. Are we gonna barricade this thing or what? As she's like, in the middle of her combat, whatever.
Yep.
And that's the end.
Yeah.
Alex looks to Captious like you like they're having like I think because Alexa would have heard the conversation that Captious and Virgo had because again perception is everything.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, I think Virgo said we can't physically barricade it. Oh no! Oh, those aren't good rolls.
No, it was like Virgo said that she can't use her magic to physically barricade it.
Okay, that.
But in the heat of battle,
Yeah, that could be seen.
She
that
just
way.
heard you can't physically. Yeah, like.
No, we just can't use Virgo can't use her magic to physically barricade it.
Okay. Okay, then yes, barricade.
Yep. All right. So let's see. Things take a turn for the worst for the heroes.
Good.
Yeah. So we'll go from least impactful to most impactful. Capra does get up off of the trident, but now he's bleeding from like the torso. He turns around and he bends the trident in half and stabs the arm down, which leaves both of the two titans, a celestial and a horn devil, like a greater devil, charging down each other, and they look rather fatigued from just dropping bombs on each other in the form of like their fists and their power. The ground beneath them is just a chorus of cracked stone and blood. The Legion that has been finally been marching around trying to find out where things are, like somewhat comically if it wasn't so life-threatening, finally slows down and just doesn't rush for a moment, and they stand at the portal. You can see at the gates a full healthy squadron that's there, just saying, just taking them, slow it down. It's is this where you want to go? One step at a time. Do the tightrope thing.
Okay.
And
so still not entering, but very much aware that they're there.
Yeah, you'll have them very shortly, and they do not look as injured as the last ones. They look like a full accompaniment. And finally, after the events with Gig and Mezakine, that Gig has the horn, and he's tossing it back and forth, and it actually turns and stabs through his forearm and goes down through a splinter down from his wrist to his forearm down to his elbow, and you can just see it erupt out. And she uses that opportunity to take her whip and wrap it around his neck and draw him close and start to just garrote him, try to kill him through just bleeding him out from the neck. And he's it's torrents of blood. There is more of Gig. If you jumped into a fondue fountain or whatever where there's that more viscous, he has more blood than he is his outfit.
Is this the first time we've seen him
bleed?
Bleeding like this? Yes. Yeah. He is more blood. If you jumped into a Kool-Aid pool that it was as thick as maple syrup, this is what it looks like when he's just bleeding from up there.
Does Alexa see him still smiling, or is he no longer smiling?
Oh, he is always grinning. He's still grinning.
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine he's always smile through the pain.
Yep. Let's see here, which brings the heroes.
The one-chain devil. Does he do anything?
The one-chain devil? Yeah, he tends to chain up Sin. And he succeeds twice over. A shield, however, would stop one of them.
I'm gonna use shield on the whichever one.
Once it applies until the end of
cool
shield. So you
Boom.
get one wrap, so the shield will deflect one attempt of these whips around, but the second one still crashes through behind, kind of how flails work, and that one whips around Sin. You are again restrained. You take a total of that's halved. 6, 11 damage with your resistances factored in.
Okay.
And you are restrained. And now the heroes are up.
Okay. So I kind of want to talk this through like for a brief second because Gig's really not doing well. And a bunch of shit's going to come through the thing.
Yeah. So the situation report definitely is Gig. Gig is losing.
Yeah, and that I think that Alexa doesn't know Capra super well, so she's not as like emotionally tied to being like, oh no, Capra's not doing. She's like, that's just be another threat that we're gonna have to deal with. But like seeing Gig that thing, she's like, shit. But also Sin is restrained, and if we want to make a physical barrier, I don't think Alexa physically can do anything to get that physical barrier up. Correct? Like, I think she's kind of, unless she turns into a bird and all of a sudden just like hucks stuff on her, but that seems bad.
The creative aspect is what you would come to me with, so I don't.
Well,
I don't
okay.
know.
So what I want to talk through is Sid is currently restrained.
Yes.
Should I have Alexa try to kill the Chain Devil to get her not restrained, so then she can use her her time to then start barricading the portal, or should I let Sin, because you can get out of it, go first and do it, and then I can help and maybe try to do something to help Gig? Those are my two thoughts. What are your opinions?
It's your decision. Free will and all.
Okay, you know what? That's not what I'm asking.
Oh God! Got him.
Just live with the
Live with the consequences of your actions. That's all.
I mean, both of them are solid plans. Either way, I can get out of it. So I mean,
yeah.
Because I also. Well, let me ask you, Buck, is because of Gig being around, because the other thing is I have the fly effect.
Yes.
Does that apply? So I can fly up there and start beating on her, too.
If you wanted to, yeah. And the Investiture of Flame, well, you do fire damage and they're immune to it, so yeah.
I think the struggle with that is you're the only one that can barricade the portal.
Now, if she's on fire, if she's got Fester or Flame on, she's going to burn up the stuff she picks up.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I figured that
she's
stone
raging right now, right?
wouldn't catch on fire. So then how do we...
I mean, it's wood. Like, it will catch on fire.
Oh, I assumed they were stone for some reason. My brain was like, those are stone pews. They're wood pews.
If the devils step on grease, will they make it burn? Or will they slip?
No, it'll burn.
It's like, thank you.
Good question. Yeah.
Okay. So really, we can only barricade stuff that's done. So we really can't barricade it physically anymore, unless we have unless Solus is the one doing it.
Right.
Moving with her hair.
Yeah, with her hair, because she's not on fire. So, and if we do that, I imagine it'd be a compromise of if she's doing that, she can't then give the temp HP. Like, it's one of the, you have to choose one or the other.
Yeah.
Is how I imagine that trade-off would go. So, Sin, would it be... I feel like it would fit more for Sin, honestly, if Alexa went to go attack the Chain Devil and then Sin went to go help Gig.
Yeah, thematically that just
thematically that fits. Like, that seems like that would be more of what would happen than Alexa like turning and helping Gig. I think
Alexa hates Gig.
Alexa does not like Gig, but she also knows that he's powerful and that for this plan to work, she understands what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's smart. So I'm gonna have.
She's smart. She is.
She's like she's aware. She doesn't like someone, but she can tell what's happening. So I'm gonna have Alexa try to go for the Chain Devil, and I don't know if Kemptos, if you want to do the same help action to help maybe kill this thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm focused on helping you. So as I see you winding up to do or however you do your attack, I'm basically like, same thing, Alexa. These Chain Devils seem to be pulling with their right arm. So if you can get them right above the right shoulder, that's their weak point.
Okay. So then I will aim for that right above that right shoulder. That's going to be a 21 to hit with 11 radiant.
Okay. Well, 21 will hit. 11 radiant will not kill it, but it will hurt it.
Okay. And am I correct in the assumption that if we want Solus to move stuff with her hair, she will not be able to do the
Correct.
change of radiant damage. Okay.
She will have to stop focusing on crafting shields with her hands. Yeah. 20 also hits.
And then 13 radiant.
13 will take him out.
Okay, good. So then that'll get you free Sid.
Okay. All right.
So that will be Alexa's action for now. It's just like, get out, go, and she'll yell, like, Gig.
Oh, you cut out for me. I heard Gig.
Oh, sorry. Gig is not doing well, Sid. She'll, like, yell that from back there. Like,
So in my frenzy rage thing, the chains disperse and I trigger the fly aspect of what Sin can do. So like, she's like basically on fire with a badass great club, and she just like flies up, like higher than Mazepine, and brings Rafe down, just like straight, like a fucking rocket, like pew,
Pew. Yep.
just down on her. And then my other 2 attacks will just be like consecutive swings across.
Yep. Go ahead and roll your attacks.
And as you're doing this, Panker's casting Sanctuary so that she doesn't, like, even if you attack her, she might just still concentrate on Gig. If that makes sense. Like, Gig is more powerful. Gig can
Like,
handle...
this is a rock in your shoe. Don't pay attention.
Okay. The second one and the third one hit.
So she's also she's immune to fire.
She's immune to fire. Yes.
So that entirely, so that fire doesn't.
You have your
Well, I'm a
breaker.
breaker, though.
Your breaker
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah, it's again. You
Okay.
got your fancy fire.
Yeah. Get your fancy fire.
3 damage? Are you kidding me?
No, plus
plus
4. So 7.
Okay, 7,
you got some.
Yep, so that's
13.
on the first one or the second one?
First one.
All right, 13 and
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 13 again? Wait, is that right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yes.
Half. Yeah, 13. 13, 13.
So 26.
all right, so 26. As you come down and you just like hit her, you realize that she is very very solid. It feels more like you're hitting
Very solid.
like a stone, like a metal location that you've been able to break through. It has this very thunk, like boop, like a baby hitting a steel wall. Boop.
Oh god.
Come on.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I say actually, well, it's like hitting a like Colossus with a metal baseball bat. Like it clanks, and it's just very solid where you're connecting, and you can see that it did some significant damage. You see crack lines where you're striking, and we'll see how that affects the next.
Like
set of
hopefully
things.
that helps
Quick,
it.
quick
for the
question.
back-
So, I used, obviously, like, my standard action. Can I turn to Virgo and say, now that these guys are right here, is there anything we can do? And if there's not, should we be helping Capra? And I like seem to know. I feel like I know Capra
Yeah.
without like knowing who Capra is.
Yeah, you do know, and Virgo looks to Capra, and she's like, "It's best if he resolves what he's doing. Getting in the way of Capra is a very bad idea."
Got it. Cool. That's my.
Meanwhile,
And I'm
she's-
gonna go take another nervous pee. By the way.
I like the session of nervous peeing.
Good. All right.
Yeah, I guess like during that time. So let's. Because I don't think in terms of like moving, I can't really move stuff. I'm real weak.
I mean, you can. I mean, like, you could try. I mean, it's not like you're. It's not like you can't move furniture in a house or whatever. Not like
True.
jelly arms. They're just not super strong.
I'm one notch above real weak.
There you go.
Oh, what is that?
The destroyed environment.
Oh, that would do it. So then, yeah, I think Alexa would try to help, like Solus, like guiding like where we need to move stuff to blockade as much as we can.
Put Sin over here.
Oh shit! Sorry. Thank you.
All right, let's see how things are going. You don't have to worry about the Legion attacking you because they haven't arrived. But they're thinking about it. They're thinking about it.
Was Solus able to do anything with her?
Yeah, Solus is taking that rubble and moving everything she can, like practically just like chucking it.
Yeah, it's like helping
repeatedly.
helping.
And she, when she's like really putting her all into it, it's quite a lot. Like I think
she's got a lot of hair
which is
strands,
perceptive.
if I remember
As perceptive as you are, you count her going as high as using 12 of them.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's rather frenzied.
Yeah.
It looks more like a series. It looks more to the non-Alexas, like a series of like ribbons just like flowing around rapidly. But from Alexa's perception, they're like well controlled like ropes, like tails almost, like appendages that are grabbing and chucking things.
This is just like from a pure like perception thing, because she's frenzied and she's using her hair. Does it change like her like?
Solus isn't frenzied.
No, like because it's like you said, like because it looks like a frenzied thing.
It looks like a frenzy because it looks frantic to people who aren't able to see everything.
Because she's using her hair in a way that like they've seen Nova potentially use it. Does it look like there is a change in Solus's expression at all, or like I'm just trying to figure out if by using the abilities of Nova, is it kind of like Nova is becoming a little bit stronger in her, or is she a little bit more grounded in her two personalities?
She definitely looks more Nova. She definitely has a little bit more like sadism in her eye when she's doing it, but more grounded. Like she's not stabbing people through the chest.
Yeah. It's just something that I'm just curious about because it's her and Nova coming together is like a point of contention for her. Okay, those are all above 50.
They are. So.
That's all I got.
So.
Hoping that's good.
So we'll start with top to the bottom. With Gig. Well, technically now it's Gig, Mezakeen, and Sin.
Yeah, no,
so Gig is so like Sin's
battle.
got like a really good view from her like anime like and Mezakeen can't ignore that being attacked. Like it is definitely like hitting something they so bad, but it's still or like a robot, but it's still messing her up. Gig's still bleeding. Alexa, what you're starting to notice that all the blood that's like pouring down like a good fondue fountain isn't going down anymore.
So he's not bleeding? Or
No,
it's
like no, it's still
it?
it's like it's solidifying.
Oh.
Yep. So he's still bleeding, and now it's kind of like when something hardens and becomes a resin, and then it goes over and hardens like a resin, and then hardens like a resin. So he's still bleeding. It's just no longer flowing like a liquid.
Is he like weirdly building with his blood?
Yes.
Oh. It's like I feel like this whole battle is just Sin's happy place.
So he's corroded at the neck, just bleeding. And while he's up there, and like just for the moment, and just the moment it takes for Mezakeen to look over towards Sin, and it's over. Like she looks over, like she's like, and now I'm gonna swat down you. This very arrogant, I'm a devil look. Like this is what a demon or a devil lord looks like. And Sin will see it too because she's so close. Like Gig is mostly two eyes, blood, and a smirk.
Oh god. It's like the Cheshire Cat with blood.
Yeah. And you see the blood that goes around the garrote. It just coats it and goes across and connects to her arm. And it becomes like this ooze that starts like coating her and then goes around her neck and then goes around her chest and then around her wings. And then eventually she becomes as hard as like a rock. And then she falls like a stone back down to the ground. With Gig I mean, they're
Yeah, he's like
an
attached to the
accompaniment.
thing. So.
I
Right.
imagine it's like the Looney Tunes where she falls and then he just gets pulled
Yeah.
at like the last minute.
And then there's like this huge crashing sound as she is encased in this like crimson ember like resin, and Gig's still like attached to it, and he just takes his hands and he just cracks off the whip. So he's got like this weird solid like collar thing going on because it's like corroded across, and it's like his new tie. And that takes care of that piece.
Holy shit.
The second piece is theater number 2, which is that the two are duking it out, and it looks labored at this point.
Yeah.
They both look like one of them. The next punch is going to be the one that lands one of them out, and they're just duking it out with their fists. And finally, the Legion steps through.
There it is.
We'll get the Legion to look like such. And they're STEMI, so they're not able to engage anyone. They have to go against the barricade and several debris that's being thrown at them by Solus.
Gotcha. So we bought ourselves like a little bit of.
You bought yourself some time before they can do anything.
Okay.
Which leaves the heroes. All 3 theaters now have some very... This is like, if you got a crossroads moment, here's where it is. A fresh Legion just stepped on through. Mezakine looks like she's now on the losing end of things. The 2 Titan champions are like a
One's
good
about
one
to-
strike away from figuring out how that resolves itself.
And then we've got new things. So so
And then you got
keep the
these guys,
portal-
which are fully healthy, and they just stepped
Yeah.
on through.
We need to keep that portal open though in order to like kill Mezakine.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, just defeating Gig here kills him. Defeating Mezakine here just...
Moves her.
Yeah,
she
you
goes back
lose
and
one
has
of
to
your
recover.
lives. Please spend more karma to reincarnate. Yeah.
So the struggle is, at least with Gig and Mezakine, I don't think you can do anything there right now, Sid, because you've got an encased Mezakine. What I'm looking at is if Capra and the Devil are like one hit away, we have the option of, Sin, do you fly over there and try to deal that killing blow to the...
Don't get involved.
Don't get
Well,
involved.
Virgo told Cap.
Okay, don't get... So then
'Cause-
we need your help.
Because she's encased in Gig's blood.
Right.
Like and I'm a breaker of blood and fire.
Right, but if you kill her here,
Yeah.
she just returns back there. That's the whole point. You have to kill her there. So right now,
We have to get her
unless you
into
can unless you can pick her up and shove her back into that portal and push the other things back in there and then smack her, which sounds awesome. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
if you want to, for example, get some help and take the cocoon of blood and fire past all those things through the portal and then like coup de grace her on the other side. Yeah.
That sounds like a solid thing to do.
Sounds like a cinematic fun thing to do. Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
And you can fly. And she is,
Yeah.
she's covered in blood, and you are the break. Like, that sounds like a kick-ass way to go.
So I haven't prepared, but given the fact that I have this, can I tell one of the bearded devils to step aside for the greater devils and use that pathway for Sin to fly through?
If I didn't Buck mention earlier
They're
that they
magically
are...
resistant, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is like celestial. I don't know. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
think.
Do you have the suggestion spell or command?
I do, but it's not prepared.
Oh, I'll have to be prepared based off of you talking with Virgo. Like you can have that in your prepared list and go with like the spell's way of resolving that. And they do get resistance to it. It's a rougher track, but you'll have it prepared if you have either command, suggestion, or mass suggestion on your list.
And I have a portent, so I could use
Ooh, that's
my
true.
portent.
On one of their rolls because they'll be rolling 2.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, that's what resistance is. They just roll with advantage.
Okay.
Kind of like a question for would Sin Masakine's a big lady.
She's a big lady.
Big lady.
Would Sin be able to, by herself to get her through that portal?
Yeah, because Gig would end up helping her.
Okay, because the other thing I was thinking is Alexa could turn into a raven and help.
No, I feel like cinematically this is something that Gig, Mezakine, and Sin have to.
That's what I was feeling too.
resolve.
But I'm like, just in case there's some stuff.
Like, I think the idea of the three of them, if the goal is move the bomb through the portal and then detonate it, sort of thing, that sounds like a Gig. Like I think Cap has the right of it saying getting through there still is there's a platoon of devils. There's that piece, but the idea of like moving them sounds like something that Sin, Gig, and Mezakine can do.
Okay.
Getting there and or getting through, different thing.
Gotcha. So we need to clear the way so they can get through.
If that's the new objective, yeah, get Mezakine.
I think
to the
that's the
portal
new
and destroy
objective.
her. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do it. As I see this all unfolding, I'm going to do it because what's the best place for a devil to be? Avernus. Don't be on this plane. I'm a celestial now, you know what I'm saying?
So, yeah, banish y'all. Holy fire.
So I'm gonna do it. So all of a sudden you see Captios start like glow a faint. Give me an interesting color, Alexa.
I would say he would glow a faint like
Blue.
I was going to say gold almost.
That's
I
right.
like that.
What's the greatest of all time metal? Well, I think it's actually platinum, but yeah, gold.
Because I think of his tie to Paolo. If he wants, and Paolo's colors were gold and
Gold
white.
and white.
Virgo is royalty. So.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think
Gold.
And all of a sudden you hear him in like a weirdly commanding voice that you've never heard him speak with before fuck. I keep switching pages. To
Stop it. Hold on. Give me a second.
this bearded devil right here. Which bearded devil makes the most tactical sense? This
Probably
corner,
one in the middle. If you're trying to clear out the space, you want one of those two middle bearded devils.
I say to that this bearded devil, the one I'm hovering over, stand down for the greater devils that will be coming through. And I'm going to use.
You might not need to. Let me see.
Because it's 2d20, not
13
just
and 10.
one.
What's your spell DC save?
16.
Nice.
Yeah. So even without needing a portent, that means the advantage is a 13. Even with their plus, they fail.
Nice.
Sweet.
So this dude's like, yeah, I'm lawful. It's time for me to follow the law and let the MVPs mivip. Cool. All right. Works. Appears to.
Okay, so then that one is going to move to our knowledge.
He's going to get out of the way. Like,
Get
let
out of
them
the way.
go.
When they come, he'll get out of the way.
Yeah,
So
like-
then, should I focus on the one on the other side, or at least, I mean, I know I've only been using Eldritch Blast, but that's what I do. It is originally force damage.
Would you like a suggestion? An
Yes.
unsolicited one, since you get a chance to use something fun.
Yes.
If you see that Sin's gonna like bum rush, practically suicide bomb a portal,
Yep.
I feel like you'd be able to use Ford's thing if you wanted to, and that's 2 chains.
Okay. Yes. Oh, I'm so excited.
And if you do that, I would say like Solus would follow up and do the same thing, but with the hair. So the idea is that Captios is enchanting as many of these devils as he can. That Alexa is going full Ford mode, doing
I'm so
soul
excited.
chains, and Solus is using all of her hair to like just lock down this group.
Yeah, I feel like because this is like the first time that you guys are seeing it. Ford was metal, right? And he had horns.
Metal with horns. Yep.
Metal, yes, he had.
So
horns.
you see Alexa like something
4
just like.
points Ford.
So have you guys ever watched like Iron Man when he has those like nano things that could?
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yes.
I have.
So like there's Iron Man, he has like the nano suit that would just kind of like
Yeah.
envelop him over in the suit. So you see that almost happen with Alexa, where like this metal starts like taking over her body, and it goes into like the like silver, like blue and purple kind of like sheen of it, like just takes over. She becomes mecha, and these like chains just kind of like come out at her hands. And
But you're Alexa size.
but I'm Alexa size. So I'm just like
Fantastic.
this person. I'm like excellent, and then I'm gonna walk forward because I know I have to be like probably a certain distance, and I'm gonna grab. I can do it twice.
Yeah.
You
So-
should just bound forward, like a Ford would.
Yeah, just through the rubble. Just part,
that's
it parts
actually
for
very
you.
true. Yeah. She's like, yeah, and I'm gonna grab the two chains. I'm gonna go for this one and this one, and just try to like whip them out.
Yep.
Like just get them out
roll
of the
to
way.
hit. I mean, they just completely wrap them
on.
up like the chain devils.
Yeah. Where do I click these buttons?
It's one of your attacks.
Thank you. It's like, hold
They're called
on.
Soulforged chains.
Yep. Give it a second. Go and find it. Not losing the epicness. There it is. There it is. We got it. We got it.
All right, it's the one. And that's the two. So surprisingly speaking, all that 10 looks bad. It actually does hit.
Okay, I was like, it's like epic, nothing.
Yep. So we can kind of resolve this bit with more cinematic flair. So Alexa, you roll in, you go full mech Alexa. You're rolling up two chains as these two of these devils they come out. They're ripped down. The third one's oddly calm, like this is normal because the one Captius has enthralled. And Sin is go ahead and describe like your advance with, because it's going to be you and Gig taking Mezakine like the bomb.
Oh God.
Uh,
So.
Go ahead.
Oh God. Oh.
That's all. This is
I'll-
you. This is about PCs. Go nuts.
Yeah.
So I'm going to fly down, land, and like start like, I guess trying to lift this of this devil lady, and then kind of see that Gig is helping me here.
Oh, not only is Gig helping you, like you take like one side and like you're lifting it up, he's taking the other and has this like huge, like big hand that's like coming out the side of him that's made of his blood. So like one side of like you is just like grabbing through and like doing this, and the other side is like Gig with extra blood hands. Just
just your extra blood hand that you got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing faces me anymore. Like this is totally normal. Okay. And I'm just gonna start trying to like move her,
yep.
fly.
And full on charge. Now the question is,
Oh shit.
for what motivates Sin? Nope. Okay. Do you go full bore? Like full movement, no hesitation, right at the portal.
I don't like
Yeah.
that smile. I don't like that
Yep.
little smirk Buck has.
Okay. It's an important question.
Yeah, it's what I would do. It's what I want to do in that moment. That's
Yeah,
my goal.
all
That's
right.
what I want to do.
Full bore. Both you, Mezakine, and Gig. Full bore the portal. See here. You see Alexa, which is a new thing, going full forward chains on two of them. You see Solus, similarly, like doing the jump up, and she's like a good 10 feet up in the air, and a series of Nova, like hair strikes. So she's pinning down people.
Yeah, like
There's
they're
one.
in the
There's
way.
absolutely one who's not enthralled and not pinned and not stabbed. And as you go by, like Panger just hops off of your head because he's been with you, just smacks him right in the face, and it's like you can't attack me, you can't see, like face hug. All right, and you, Sin, you and Gig and Mezakine go through the other side of the portal.
It's like, do you need a stress Pete? It's okay.
What is the
It's
first
okay.
thing? What is the first thing you would do once you get Mezakine through the portal? What, real quick? What was you get her through? What was the first thing that your instinct would be
You
to do?
would hit her.
I would like throw her like down, like drop her, and then like reach her wraith to like just try to fucking go at her.
Yep. All right, so you go for Wraith, and you notice that you go for Wraith, and it is huge. It is about 3 times the size that it was, and it's cased in blood. And you bring it down on her, and it doesn't kill her. It shatters her to bits. Like, from head, now a clean, like a katana cut and something sliced. Like, oh, this is nice. No, it's gruesome. It's very, like, Walking Dead style. It's the crunching of bone and sinew and skin and blood and organs that are, like, splintered like a sledgehammer that go through. There's more of, like, a mess. You don't even know what this thing is anymore by the time it hits to the floor. Like, it's just gore on the ground. It's just gone. Whatever you just did.
And Captio seals the portal behind you.
Victory!
Like, yeah.
Okay.
That's what they
So,
call a murder.
Oh no, like she totally stands up from that and she just looks down at like this like whatever is left of her. Like
Mezakine.
Oh, you know that
bitch.
Gig's gonna take those bits and build stuff with it.
no, she's just like you fucking bitch. Just
Bitch.
badass like
Yeah. Gig and his gig tie. It's like, welcome to Aurora.
yeah, fuck, so I'm in Inverness now.
Yeah, you're on the other side of the portal in Avernus with Gig and a bloody mess. We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah. I feel
Because
like
you're not alone. There's another platoon coming.
Oh fuck!
So as things begin to cascade down, the party now has the Legion. Yep, the Legion, Capra, and the Horn Devil. It appears that when Mezakine went down, it caused a bit of a disruption. And Capra uses that to take off one of the Horn Devil's horns, and then the other one, and then just crunch right into his skull.
Get the final
Nice.
hit. Yeah.
Yep. So there's this one calm moment because the devils are no longer attacking. A lot of them because they can't. But the ones on the other side of the portal are now seeing like Mezakine's dead, like dead.
Yeah. What do they do when
Everyone stops. So there's this calm. There's this calm in the melee. There's this one moment where like people aren't doing anything.
Is there about to be some bullshit?
Finn, that's now your domain.
Yep. So Gig's like got this tie. This again, it's the whip, and then his blood. And he's looking at Sin. He's taking his tie, and he's like undoing his tie. Just taking his time, covered in blood, his own blood.
Why is he getting naked?
He just throws what's left of the whip into the gore. He looks around. It's a nice keep. I think I'll keep it.
Can you do that?
Of course I can. And Gig stretches out, takes a deep breath. Doesn't have this fox on his shirt, but I feel like he should. And looks to the devils that are there. He says, "Stop." They stop. Kneel. They kneel. Don't kneel. So like they're like half kneeling, like they're like between standing and kneeling, so they're holding that pose. Hop on one foot, and then they start like while in that pose, and then they most of them fall over.
That's fair. That's an awkward pose to hop on one foot on.
Not very balanced. And then Gig looks back to the portal and looks to Sin. Doesn't say anything, just looks to Sin.
What does Sin do?
my eyes shift to that portal, and then back to Gig. Are you gonna come back with us, or like? I mean, clearly you can like tell these devil things what to do. So, are you gonna like get? She's like stuttering here.
Yeah.
That's
She's
actually
like,
how
what
she's
does this
talking.
mean?
Yeah, she's like, but are you gonna call them back or like go back in the?
Gig still keeps like just staring at Sin, like.
She just stops talking.
And Gig like turns back and he laughs. Like he's just like this was fun. He just laughs. And he like just does this, so like just takes all like the blood out of his hair, just flicks it off, and just goes back to the portal.
She like stands there at Avernus by herself for a moment, like, I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm gonna go through the portal.
Okay.
Back through.
And so everyone sees. Well, Capra. Well, now I guess Sin would see Capra has killed. My dog's gonna go out. Killed.
Getting started.
Yeah, it's past their time. Has killed killed the devil. 1 second, they're growling. Evidently, part of this is that dogs get angry.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we did it.
I don't know. Don't say that in front of him though.
I'm
'cause
so
he'll
no,
be like,
he's gone. It's fine. You know, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, you got this. Like, what? We did
I
it.
have so much fucking after talk shit, man.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my god.
Like, what does this mean? Like, do we now have an army of devils? Do we want that? What?
As a celestial, this is really just. I'm just gonna start calling
Alright.
myself a
Rowdy
celestial.
dog.
as a
Rowdy devil.
as you know.
As you do. Anyhow. Capra has killed the horned devil. Horns in the devil. Sin steps in and sees that beast situation. Everyone else sees that Gig and Sin have returned. And Gig puts like a hand on the enchanted barbed devil, bearded devil. It says, "All right, well, you've all been imparted with free will. Congratulations. Do the hell you want." Walks in, just walks past them, and they have no idea how to respond to that. Just they have no fucking idea. Like if they're not being given orders, they're like, what? They're just perpetually confused.
Sin stops and turns around like, go do whatever the fuck you want.
They look at each
You
other
hear
and
from
they
the
look at
back in
Sin.
like a booming voice from Captios. Just not here.
Yeah, like maybe not here, because like Alexa's got like two in her chance. Like maybe put him back in Avernus.
Meanwhile, while you're focusing on that, Alexa,
Yep.
you notice that Capra is not dead.
Ah, fuck.
And Capra is not done because Capra doesn't stop. And the thing that while you're focusing on like Gig and Mezakine and all this, you just see him go. Dum-doop, dum-doop, dum-doop. And given that Gig and everyone's like not over here, they're like, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put them in like literally the center of attention. Here you go. You're dead, lady. Sorry, Mezakine. You have a cool name though. And charging in the general central location of Captius, Virgo, Ozzy, Luna, like that northeastern trajectory.
He's charging or walking?
No, he's starting to walk and then just charging.
How do we change his direction?
That's the thing with Capra. You don't change his direction.
So Alex is
So
going.
for this, it is much like the melee, fatigued. I'm gonna ask for quick responses. Alexa, what's your response?
So my response would be to use my chains and get Captios and Luna, like the two people I can, just out of there.
Okay, chains on that. Sin, you're seeing this. I don't particularly know if you care, but
I don't think I like. So I'd be just coming through that portal. I don't think I would.
you'd observe.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you'd be seeing this happen. Like you're facing forward, and then from your periphery to present, you'd see the train coming.
Yeah.
Captios, you kind of like are on the track. So what's Captios doing?
So at like right before I get pulled away, I'd look at Virgo and I say, "Can we redirect him to close the portal?"
So while the train's coming at you and you're on the tracks, you ask Virgo to change the direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, I do, in fact.
Yep. So Virgo does just that. She faces Capra, and didn't hear that you moved. So you're standing there with Virgo.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's charging like a bull towards the four of them. And you said you were going to try to get like Ozzy and Luna.
I think it was. Yeah, it'd probably be the two unconscious. Like I imagine Captios can function.
Something's going on over there. Yeah.
Luna's a child and Ozzy's unconscious.
I will say that from where you are, like they're pews, like they're in a trench, like they're below.
Yeah, I don't know if I can run up and do it. It's up to however. But
Okay.
that's what her focus would be to get the people that can't get out of there in time out. Like there's a child and there's an unconscious man.
Okay.
Get him out.
Could you like slide your chains underneath the pews, like wrap around them and drag them underneath?
And then pull them towards me?
Yeah.
I don't know how these chains work.
Oh.
All right. So you don't have line of sight to them. I get the intent of what you're going for.
Yeah.
You're trying to move Luna and Ozzy. If you can do so with your chains.
Yes.
So you're gonna approach not as fast as Capra. Well,
I don't think anyone's as fast as Capra.
No.
He's doing his own thing.
Captios, I need a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity. Dexterity. Which one is that? Is that the right one or the left one? Does it matter? I guess it doesn't matter. It's just a dexterity check, so.
Because you don't have
roll that.
proficiency in
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saving throw. Oh, you just click it and it does it. That's kind of cool.
Oh, that's not promising.
What are you gonna do? These things happen.
It's true.
Maybe.
Because I'm literally sitting there trying to talk to Virgo
Yeah.
as the train's coming at me.
It makes sense that you'd be blindsided.
Not bad, all things considered.
Yeah.
So definitely, Virgo spends her time. So she roots herself to do such, to attempt to redirect. Like you want to be over here, sort of thing, to Capra, which sends the Capra a bit more to the left. And you kind of like you get clipped like on the way. Like you try to get out of the way, but he's a big beast. You take 32 points of bludgeoning damage. You're just placed like over here. And the person that gets hit is Pisces.
Oh no.
Yeah. And you just see Pisces for some moments. And like Gig is stepping out, and all he sees is like Pisces get smashed by Capra. Yep.
Said, don't
No.
laugh.
No. No.
And she's like, and that's what you get, bitch.
Yeah.
Like she's not even seen. Like you just hear like the you don't even hear the connection. It's like throwing a paper towel or like a water balloon or something. Like just no sound at all.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know that like with Alexa's perception, she even tell where?
Yeah, Alexa can see that
Pisces
she has
went?
been hit, and she was thrown. Like she is in a distant place in the back of that cathedral.
Oh.
She's hit like a softball.
Given the fact that there's other devils in here, in Captios' mind, he's like, why didn't Capra go for the other devils?
And then, did you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Virgo says, we're here for very specific devils. Very strong ones. And then she's, and with the chains, like, you start, like, pulling, you finally
Ozzy
get, like,
and...
you get Ozzy and Luna.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that Capra's, like, had these very, like, wild eyes about it, and it's focused on Ozzy.
Shit.
And he's still, like, a potato sack at the moment.
So his focus is to get Ozzy.
Yeah, now that the horned devil is gone, he's going after Ozzy. And you put him in a trajectory.
Great!
Oh.
And like the fact that, you know, Virgo is the conductor, right? That gives us a little bit of power around the carrot, right?
Yes. Right.
Different
It's like
direction.
you can turn the steering wheel far to the right, but your car does not like teleport to the right.
Yeah. But can I have Capra attack like the? Are these bearded devils still there?
They are.
I basically want to convince Capra to attack them into, like, push them into Avernus and close the portal. And
So get 'em
I'll
stuck
tell
in
Sin to get the fuck out of there.
Can I fly up and try to grab Ozzy, like,
To get him out of
up,
Capra's
and then-
reach kind of thing?
but like move him like behind the portal so he's like still running in that direction?
Like Toro!
Basically,
like,
yeah.
if this is what you're going for here, let me give you...
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna put it above him, and he was just gonna be jumping forever.
It's like a rave. A really bad...
So with the first charge, you do have a bit of time. Yes, Sin, you can get over to Alexa Ford, the Ford Alexa. Yep. So you can join the bowling ball match for a moment. Yeah. Yippers.
Okay.
And so are you flying like on fire, flying and grabbing
think so.
Ozzy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Luna's got some things to say about that. Mostly no.
Luna's got some thoughts.
So she's gonna. So when you attempt to grab Ozzy,
Yeah.
you're repelled back 5 feet. And by this white light too, this really strong white light.
Do I see where it came from?
Yeah, Luna.
You're like, no.
And she's like in chains, like both of them are.
I'm helping!
You're on fire!
He's a tiefling! He'll be fine! Do you want him dead or kind of dead?
It's not nice to grab fire. It still hurts. And there's like the bull is like just snort.
Luna, you gotta trust me!
I don't even know you.
That's very
I'm
fair.
your sister!
What?
And I'm much older than you! Respect me!
You're not acting like it.
Oh my God.
I'm saving our fucking family!
All right, so why they argue?
Yeah, like, I
You
was
see,
like,
like Capra is just like charging out.
Fuck!
Alexa just looks at him like, what are you trying to do?
All right, so
What are you
Capdios, your goal was to reprogram Capra's intents to say, you know what's a juicier morsel right here? Those things back there. Not this thing right here.
And the portal.
And the portal. To the best of your knowledge, you succeed. Because he's going in a southern direction.
Yeah, but that's...
I'm like, yes.
You're like, oh, my powers have manifest! Yes!
Seeing that, and like getting a feel like he's going for Ozzy, and seeing what Sin's trying to do and failing, since he's still wrapped in... You're failing because of Luna, if it helps.
Yes.
This is... Okay. It's
Other
not-
people have ideas
An
about what you're
8-year-old
doing.
girl has thwarted your plan.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
since they are-
Scooby-Doo!
This is kind of a weird mental picture, but since they're both still in her chains, what is the term, like Garuda running? Can I run with them on my chains and just
I
run
think it's
towards
Naruto
them?
running, but I
Naruto.
guess Garuda does it. Garuda is the thing we fight in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Naruto is the ninja that throws his arms behind him when he
tried
runs.
the anime references. I'm not good at them.
It's fine.
But can I do that? Like, can I do a Naruto run and have them like both behind me and try to run towards the portal? And like, because I can see what Sin was trying to do of like lifting up and getting back there. I'm like, wanting him more towards the portal. All right.
Yeah, you can do that. I think that, let's see, Luna is now just dragged. So she's like in the middle of arguing with Sin and she's just yoinked.
Yeah.
You're not acting like it. Whoop.
I was like, well, gotta go.
All right, so you start running towards the portal. Gig moves.
And I'll try to go like behind, like I'll go around the portal and behind it, but essentially creating that like, hey, you want to go this direction.
Yep.
So I guess once they start getting, I don't know if I can do this though.
What?
Like once they start getting dragged, if I can start like kind of like jumping over those pews like towards Solus and like kind of grabbing her hand and like moving her out of the way.
Oh no, the Solus is you do that and she's actually not. She's going towards Capra. So you try to grab her hand, you're like gonna be passing ships in the night.
Like a slow-mo anime, like
Like-
what the fuck are you doing? Solus!
Yep. So Solus like is jumping over in this direction. And you just see like all of her hair like go over Capra's like horns. And she like anchors down and she attempts to like just pull him to the side.
Oh.
So you're going in like one direction and Solus is trying to redirect him just enough, like grabbing the steering wheel sort of thing as you guys are doing this.
As we're trying to redirect him also.
Yeah. So everyone's got the same idea and everyone's cross-executing it.
Yeah.
So Virgo, similarly, is like, let me redirect the carrot. The end result is that Capra... Sin... Actually, what is Sin doing? When Sin sees all this... Everyone else is being chaotic. Sin's like the one who's not chaotic in all this. Everyone's like, redirect! And Sin's like, I just want to grab you!
Like trying to get everybody out of the fucking way.
Yeah.
So is he going towards the portal then?
It's hard to say where he's going now, to be honest with you. Like, he's going a southern direction. He's going towards everyone, and everyone's trying to change the way he's going.
So like I'm picturing him like running towards there, but he's like not sure if he's kind of like aiming towards the portal or not. So Sin is gonna fly
It's like a
up.
drunk driver just being like this.
Yeah. Sin is gonna fly up when he gets like closer to that portal area.
Yeah.
And like do her like frenzy rage swings across his head, whack him to where like he falls kind of like towards the portal.
I gotcha. So Solus is about grabbing his head and pulling it, kind of like pulling a horse.
Aw, Gig.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
nice.
did Gig go to Pisces?
Of course.
Aww.
Of course he did. And Solus and Sin's like, same idea, but with blunt force trauma. Alexa's thing is like, Toro, you want Ozzy? Just
want
follow
this,
me.
alright?
And the end result is, Alexa, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
That's fair.
Changing my cheetah dice though. I don't like my cheetah dice now.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
She's very dexterous.
Oh,
Yeah.
wrong die. You do not take 1d100 damage. That's...
Oh, right. I got the 50 temp hit points I have to put in here.
All right, so you
I'll just
take...
change that to 11 temp hit.
No, you save. So you take 20 from
Oh.
that, yeah. As you get clipped on your way. And this thing...
Okay.
Everyone's machinations behind this. One person smacks it. He kind of crashes it on this through this wall. Like, at this wall. And now you've got Sin, who probably hit it right around here. Solus, who is redirecting it. Alexa, and the Tieflings, which just sounds like a TV show right here.
This is going to be a weird... If Sin were to grab Alexa with
Yeah.
both Ozzy and Luna on her chains, could Sin lift that?
Could Sin... Oh.
Lift, like, essentially all three.
Not because...
Okay.
Well, you're currently Mech Alexa.
Yeah.
If you weren't Mech
Yeah.
Alexa, the answer would be yes. Mech
Yeah, 'cause
Alexa...
I was gonna try
Ford
and
is very
say-
heavy. You are very
Yeah.
durable
Yeah.
now.
I was gonna try to go with like lift up Alexa rather than trying to go for Ozzy, and then like she would just take the fire damage. Okay, so essentially, Ozzy's still passed out, and Luna's gonna keep fighting Sin every time that she's gonna try to grab that. So Alexa has no choice but to play a Matador. And just
Matador. Yep.
keep adjusting where Ozzy is, and essentially try to get him through the portal. Like she understands what is happening.
Yep. And Virgo is actually rather hurried towards her kids.
That are being dragged by a
Yes!
machine. Yep, that's fair.
Yeah. Capduous would notice that she is a bit uncharacteristically panicked. Yeah. All right. So, you have, Kepra shakes off the stone dust from the most recent wall he's collided with, and he's still moving. Like, he's still shuffling about.
So I figure we came through, like, the top part of the portal. Can you enter through, like, the back part of the portal as well? Like,
yeah.
if he's...
It's the dimension is not 3-dimensional, right? Well, it's a 3-dimensional looking portal, but yeah, it's you would just go in and then you'd come out the other side. So if you were silly and put like a portal against a wall, you then would like phase into a wall. I guess that's a problem, but it's not like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, what happened? I'm in a wall, which then would push you on the other side of it. So you would not be in a wall anymore. So you're fine.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if like Alexa could get him to run through like the side that he's on currently.
Mm-hmm.
With that, like position herself correctly so that he would just run to try to get to it.
So your idea is to El Toro to the west?
Yep. That's what she can do. So she's gonna...
Okay. All right. You El Toro to the west. And Capra looks well aligned to the portal. And this is how we're going to end this. Toro to the portal. Oh, right here. In fact, yeah, movies bizzles around. Because this is Arhor'ha. Alexa, you get everyone dragged over. And then you realize a critical flaw with your plan as you're moving. 5, 4.
Wait, do I know the critical problem with my plan?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. This isn't the DM counting down.
Oh.
This is the portal
like,
counting down.
Shit.
2, 1. And it's gone.
I was just like,
as this thing charges, portal, go away. Bye, portal. Also means the devils are here, but
we got a lot of devil padding, if you will, to then barrel back.
Oh fuck.
I mean, I imagine he's already started. I don't think I can do anything.
Yep.
If I'm thinking logically at the...
So, yep, this thing is just charging. And to Capduous's point, like, these are mighty morsels. So Virgo, you can see that Virgo's like petitioning Capduous's help. Like he's been trying to use these powers the entire time. And like this is like, you could say that you could and see her intent, because that's like a new thing now, right? Her intent is to like help her both get these devils to get in the way and get Capra to like collide. Like maybe they can just stop them.
Hold on. Yeah.
And when you see this, you also notice that her blonde hair is turning black.
Is she losing her like celestial ability?
Because is she draining it because she's been using it so
I mean,
much?
if she asks for it, I'm going to do it.
She asks for it, yeah.
And I like do exactly what I saw her do. I like come here, I steady myself, and I like... Sorry, she wants me to petition the devils to step in the way.
Yeah, like help her with it. She's doing it too.
And
to like attack, like go attack Capra. Another celestial.
Oh, she's falling.
Yes, she's falling.
Oh my god. Huh.
Oh no. Oh, and so like I have to make a split-second decision.
Yeah, of whether you do it or not. Yeah.
I actually before we get there, what is happening in my own head? Like,
I don't know.
no. Like, is there something that
I thinking?
3:30.
is there something like prevents me from doing that?
Yes.
Like,
No, there's no mental lock. There's no inhibitor. The thing that's new is your ability to like, hear intents and motivations, and she's even asking you to do more than your powers have manifest to do. And she sounds desperate because what she's doing is not truly to code.
right.
So
she's
she's basically
protecting
like,
her kids.
I'm super smart, but I'm not a criminal. So you look like a criminal. Can you
Yeah.
just like crime?
So I mean, it seems kind of like the more her celestialness is leaving her, the more she's worried about like her kids. Like she was a foster
Yeah.
mother. The more like her humanity is almost coming through.
Yep.
Oh man.
Do you
Well,
also
Ozzy's-
instruct devils to attack angels?
I mean, I'll say
That is the real
Wait.
question. That's the rephrased question.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I tell them to create a barricade and stand their ground, but I do not tell them.
To attack.
Actually, you know what? I do tell them to.
So I'll actually manifest this internal turmoil into how it works.
Yeah.
Like do, don't. And it seems like this inconsistent response along with what Virgo's doing as she's like almost hurrying a bit with Alexa to make some space.
Me spinning is like my mental.
So a few of them like they get in place, they don't get in place. A few of them like the Barb Devils have their glaives up. A few don't.
Yeah, and I feel like once, like, while, like, Virgo's moving Alexa around, like, once she realizes that they're in, like, a certain spot, Alexa will just kind of, like, hunker down and, like, prepare for an impact.
Yep.
Like, try to be another barrier.
And with that, like, Captus, you can, like, see what the mixed signals have gone, because a few of them just get plowed through, like, just crushed through. And a few of them you see, like, the glaives go into Capra's already damaged body. Like, you start even, like, to wonder if had they all attack in his state, would it have been enough? But you know that currently it's not enough. And it stops just shy of Virgo, who grabs her kids. And she is... And then it just hits Virgo. And Capra stops. Like, at that point, Capra stops, and Alexa, you're shielded, and you see, like, this huge set of, like, white and ashen like feathers just everywhere from the connection. And what you noticed the most is that something was dislodged from Capra. Rather, Capra's body is still like there, but it seems brittle, like paper. And there's a humanoid person that got flung like a disconnect after it hit Virgo. And there's a body right about where Captios is. And it's about that time that Ozzy finally wakes up.
That guy.
What else makes you worried what's been going on in Ozzy's head? Like, why?
I'll have to write a
Yeah.
post about it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty heartbreaking. Yeah, I guess heartbreaking is the right word.
Does Alexa see Virgo?
Alexa sees Virgo. Yeah, Alexa sees Virgo in the state that she is in, which is just as brittle as Capra. Like, she had her wings, they were out, they're now like they're smashed to pieces.
And Luna's there too?
Luna's there too. Luna's fine. Ozzy's
So-
awake.
So
Capra
basically,
is
the
like
two celestials impacted and something flew out of Capra laying next to Captios.
I imagine it's like Ode or something.
it
yeah,
is
which-
over.
Yeah, which is like out of character, but
yeah. It's
Yeah,
it's
a
the-
humanoid flung out.
yeah.
I think seeing that the humanoid Alexa's not going to focus on that because Captios is right there.
Mhm.
She is going to focus on Virgo though.
Okay.
Because seeing like it's kind of the thing like when you see someone go and try to protect two people like that much, you can't help but be like, are you okay?
Yeah, and she begins like you notice that things like look frail and almost like flaky, and then the flakes just kind of like begin to fall off, like you had something that was like crispy bread, like when it just kind of flakes off. It's kind of nice, or like a facial peel, whatever it is. It's like or snake skin, like. And what sloughs off is smooth porcelain, like a marble statue. And she's just like completely still. And the same thing happens to Capra. And they're just now just 2 statues.
Where is this top area up here kind of like her area that she'd be worshipped kind of thing? Like this is like her thing?
This isn't her cathedral now. That's you're asking.
Well, because it's kind of like if that's where people would go to worship her, like Alexa would try to like move her to that to be like, if I think that she's stoned, like
this is a darker cathedral. The way Virgo explained this earlier was like, she doesn't know everything, but like this is a place of like,
gotcha.
The topper of darkness, like the quirk, and the part of the observatory is to observe it, and also like the beacons if the bad happens.
And you said she's like a statue. Is she dead?
Do I sense her?
Let's see here. Do you sense her, Captios? No. Alexa, does she seem to be alive? Well, she's a statue, so she doesn't seem to have a pulse. Doesn't seem to be breathing.
Well, because you said she was stiff. I'm like, did she? Is she?
She looks like the equivalent to you thinks that she's petrified, because that's like the idea of flesh to stone. It's flesh to marble.
Gotcha.
And Capra is the same way. His stance is much more, I want to keep running.
Like much more like aggressive and running, but yeah.
Yeah, his stance is much more running, and hers is more stuck where it was.
Yeah, so I think essentially just Alexa wants to put her in like a safe spot, or like a comfortable spot as a statue.
That's fine. And I think that is a good place for us actually to stop.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was so much.
It's an interesting ending. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bittersweet endings at Aurora Adventures. All right, so we'll switch over to After Talk and some badassery. I'd say that this definitely hit a full gambit of flavors. This is a good buffet.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys in Discord.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, bye.
Bye.
Buffett.
Jimmy Buffett?
Well,
Jimmy
then.
Buffett. Something for everyone here on this session.
Jeez.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for putting this one together. That was fun.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So much mental theater in this one. I was like, oh
yeah.
If only a third of the stuff that's happening in the brain occurs, it'll be a damn good time.
Waiting for the cap.
Waiting for the cap. Yep. Well, technically, your name starts with an A. Thus, you.
Yeah, I need to change because yeah.
Caslexa.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
I'm sorry, I'm eating. But I mean, how can you not say that your favorite part isn't when Sin pulled Mazikeen into the portal and just like murdered her?
Just complete snap. Yeah, crunch. Yeah. I didn't want to go full like well, fortunately we're not Montai, so whoop de fucking woo. But like the closest thing I could think of was one of the Walking Dead seasons with Negan and Lucille, but anime style, like just visceral, like meh.
Yeah.
And if not, definitely like YouTube the scene if you can from AMC's Walking Dead. Lucille with I don't even know if it's spoilers this much anymore. One of the main characters bludgeoned. But yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It's itsy bitsy bits. So is that your favorite moment there, Cass Alexa?
I think so.
Okay. Captios, what was your favorite moment or moments?
So I think that was definitely great. I think everyone working together to remove the obstacles in Sin's way was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
It showed like the evolution of every character from a like almost power stance,
Mm-hmm.
and like how everyone's leveled up, and then the ending.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sin, what's your favorite moment?
Definitely killing Mazikeen. That was pretty awesome. But I also liked like the initial like tension of her showing up and like Gig and had like kind of having like that verbal square off of like, this is my domain. Rah, rah, rah. Like that scene in my head, I was like, oh shit's about to go down. And that was really cool. I like that a lot.
What's my favorite moment? So many of them. I definitely like the move the bomb moment, like move the Mazikeen to the portal, because it was that sort of everything clicks together. And I did like the juxtaposition that not everything's perfect, with Luna specifically like arguing with Sin. Like there was that one moment where everything lined up and just like boom, and then it's like, great, we can do this again. And it's like, fuck, I'm still in Arhor'ha.
God. Luna.
Luna, because she don't know you from anybody.
I know.
It's interesting too. From like a DM standpoint too, the seeds of like how the events of the last moments may affect Captios, because he had so many options, and like settling on one was like a huge conflict. Like and what that means, because one of his big things is power, right? Well, with power, you'll always have those options like that. It's an interesting tie into last session. Also with, I think there's like one for everyone. Now I think about with Alexa, it was, going forward mode, and what that means from both strengths and weaknesses. Like Sin probably could have picked her up, but couldn't in forward mode. But it's such like, oh, forward, and then when it comes like, oh, forward, how that will impact, because that means forward's gone, but not gone. So
yeah, like a lot of realizations I think are going to hit once you settle down.
And Sin with like a legit, hey, the joke about the summer home in Avernus is a bit too real now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting scene there. That's why I paused for a second. I was like, yeah, when we get to the key point talk thing.
Yeah,
oh my God.
points. Yeah. I just, as a DM, it's hard to say one, because there was so much rich growth, interaction, and plot development that impacted everyone, and in different ways. Like it was very key to character. Yeah, so very, very satisfying. And even some of the non-player characters, like Virgo and Pisces, both got pretty much screwed up. I know Ode's not with us right now, but like Capra and the Capra Ode story and how that evolved, like introducing Luna and her being her, even Solus, like that crossover, like what moment with Sin was like very enjoyable, because up until like Solus has been this very passive, almost pseudo submissive character. Now she's an action hero. Like she's like, it's like, I'm not in the back, I'm gonna do my stuff.
Yeah, I mean, especially with like the party, I feel like it was easier for her to be background because she was dealing with so much. And I think with traveling with Alexa, like it was just the two of them. You can't really be back and passive if it's just two people traveling through Avernus. She
was able to, it feels like almost literally, because she has wings, she was able to stretch her wings.
Yeah.
And she's like, I can do this thing. And not to the point of being, I won't say arrogant, but it's the point of being stubborn about the new things she can do, because the other things she could do is more important. Like keeping Sin alive is still more important than being like, I don't know, Devil Rapunzel.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that, like, even though it was only 10 days, I feel like Alexa, like, fully, like, has seen what Solus can do and trusts her. Just, like, will give some suggestions, but she's like, go do what you need to do.
The mental image of, like, the slow frame of moving Mazikeen in the portal, that'll keep with me for about at least a week. Yeah. All right, talking points.
Well, talking points. I was just going to throw it as a general thing, like, with this session in particular. I don't think there's any, like, there was stressful points, but I don't think there's any, like, bad moment.
Yeah,
like
no.
Every moment was just really cool, like just a really cool visual, like every point.
And it speaks well to the I'm gonna make it cheesy for a moment, like the quality of people at the table, because there were some things that just didn't pan out, and we just worked with it. Like Cappy had some really good ideas, I'm like, but it won't pan out, and we worked for it. Like Alexa, you had some really good ideas. I'm like, well, they won't work out because you're heavier. And even Sin, like I'm on fire and I'm burning all stuff, or like I didn't rage, let me retcon. Like it just really flowed forward very well, and that speaks to like hats off to the four of us. So
Yeah.
Nice job, guys.
Yeah, could not have done it with better human beings at my side. That said, now that I've buttered you up real well, let's talk about talking points.
Like a biscuit.
Sparring with Alexa, talking points.
Jeez. So, well, because my original thought, and I know Sin has a lot, so I'm gonna defer a lot of them to Sin because I know she has a lot of talking
We
points.
can do it in
well,
rounds.
No, like let you ask yours because I know you have a lot. Not like
I mean, I don't have like a list. No, I mean, no, go ahead.
No, well, like, so my biggest one with all of this, like, I really liked, first off, like, the visual of, or, like, the understanding of what was happening with Virgo.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, it's kind of like the juxtaposition of what does having that power look like? And seeing, like, once that power is stripped away, kind of just seeing her being a human and just, like, those emotions that you just don't see. Like, she was very arrogant and prideful, but, like, caring about her kids was just, like, not something that, like, it seemed like she really cared about. So seeing, like, as I was stripping away that was then her concern was just a really cool visual. And it kind of makes me a little concerned for Captios, because if that's what it looks like when it gets stripped away, what happens when it gets amped up? And how will that affect how, like, Captios will process things in the future? I'm just really curious to see just how that manifests, because, like, that was just a really interesting thing of, like, because Captios still isn't there yet. He still has to drink the tea. He has a few days of half a cup of tea. But it was just something really interesting that, like, I just didn't expect, because if you kind of painted Virgo like she's like a villain, like she's doing all this stuff, but ultimately she's a villain. So to see her care about kids, I'm like, oh, did she care about her kids all along? But then, like, when you're like, oh no, her hair is going black, I'm like, oh, that's why. Like, it started to click, like, why those emotions seem to be coming through. It's just sad that, like, at the very end, like, she used her wings to protect her, and then she's essentially dead. It's kind of one of the things, like, she saved Alexa, and, like, and Ozzy and Luna, but, like, she didn't know Alexa. And I think, like, that's why it hits more for Alexa. Like, you had no reason to want to try to save me, other than, like, I was just close to your kids, and it just,
and you tried to save them. Like, everyone was in it together. It's one of those moments where, even for an arrogant person, and she was it's interesting. Like, from her perspective, she asked Captius for help. She was getting Alexa from out. For someone that's, I don't know, proud.
So, yeah,
that's a huge thing to do.
Yeah, just to, like, admit that you need that help from other people. And then my original question was going to be, now that Gig has Mazakine's domain, like, were we going to have, like, what, like, an army of devils come fight? But then he's just like, but like, the other thing is just, like, Gig is so much about free will. And so it's interesting because he has this, like, he kind of has this resource now of, like, an army of devils if he wants it, but then he also wants them to have free will. So will they be helping us, or will they not be helping us? Like, it almost sounded like devils didn't know what to do with free will.
Yeah.
So would they just kind of default to just doing what he says because that's what they know?
Or worse, are they more dangerous with free will? Do they just become the equivalent of demons? Then they're just going to go do their own thing and carve their own little piece of... Or are they more of a threat without being...
And it was just... when he's like, do what you want, I'm like, maybe get him out of Arhor'ha?
Well, the ones that are currently here are here.
Yeah, like, they're not...
You could banish them back, I guess.
Now they have their free will, so what does that mean? And so it's a very, I don't know. I feel like this session in particular has a lot of unforeseen consequences that we don't.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot, like, that's going to ripple from this that I think we're going to be seeing, like, session after session. The ripples from, like, this fight.
It's true. A lot to talk about. Both show.
But yeah, I think those were my.
Those are your starting talking points as
Yeah.
we unpack, as we unzip, take care of this tarball. Captios, what are your talking points?
Oh no, he's dead.
Or probably doing like the dishes or something. So we'll circle back. Sin, what are your talking points?
Oh shit! I was on mute.
Oh god. Okay. Speechless.
Yeah, we're just like,
Wow.
Oh, I thought you were just talking to Mister doing the dishes or something. Yeah, what's up?
I said I was saying that Sin was the one to deliver the final blow to Mazikane.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what that means for her, or if it means, because like Gig was like, "This is now mine," but like, why is it his? Because he didn't actually kill Mazikane.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. He also
But,
Well,
like,
because
go ahead.
you made mention like at the very end that like my great club was wrapped in his blood.
oh yeah.
Okay,
Can't get more personal than his own blood.
but like
makes sense.
it's like, but it'd be the same as like, Gig gives you a sword to kill the devil, right?
Uh-huh.
Like you did the action of killing it, so like. Is it also like? Are you sharing the summer home? Like he gets it June and you get it July.
And that's why Gig loves loopholes, because it goes back to like the old. What is it that gets said a lot? Like live by the sword, die by the sword, or like don't blame the weapon, blame the wielder. And it gets into a lot of gray area, and Gig loves the gray area, regardless of what's right or wrong about it.
I don't think she gets any of that.
Maybe. I mean, at the same time, Gig is not all about. I don't know about carrying, but like doing a whole lot with the law structure that is Avernus devil hierarchy. Like he's never shown interest. Like even Mazikane kind of like even kicked out. It's like you're a jester. You don't take our culture seriously. Like you don't have any power per se. Like I can come to your domain where you think you're a god and still like mess your day up. So like Gig's not too heavily invested, ironically, as being a devil. At least not in the cosmosphere.
Which, like, on the flip side of that, too, it's like, even if that was a case where, like, he, like, got Sin out of, like, not being able to, like, get anything from that kill, I don't think Sin would really care. Like, because I don't think that's just, like, I think on that plane, that's where, like, Gig and Sin are the most alike. It's like, that's just not, it's just
They're
not.
Just two people with hatchets, just taking down trees, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it might when Captios, like the character, starts delving into it, it's like how he can because he's trying to run a revolution. Like what does that mean? Yeah.
The second point was so the thing that Captios was grappling with was the fact that like his thing was we want to take down the Celestials, and the chance that he had for a second to take them down, he like couldn't get himself to do it at the very end, right? And the way I was playing it out in my head was twofold. One, the with Alexa in the dream world. Two, I was playing it almost like, yes, there was no mental block, but there was like a cognitive dissonance that was in the back of my mind, being like, you cannot do, like, almost someone, like something literally saying, like holding him back from saying like, yes. And that's why he was like, you can defend from the Celestial, but you cannot stop the Celestial. And like, I kind of want to continue to delve down that path a little bit, where it's like, right, because the whole point was that there were things that Virgo didn't talk about, right? Things like the whole concept of like Celestials can like close doors, but they can't like open, like, right, they close down paths, and whereas devils like open them up, and like these are paths that are now closed down to Captios to some extent. And so playing around with that idea a little bit in my head, so that's kind of why I struggled at the end. It was less about like a moral thing, and almost like it was a celestial thing. Because if it was before Virgo had given up some of her power, it would have been a no-brainer if you could have convinced them to stand against Capra. No-brainer. So, that 3, I'm curious I'm curious what state Pisces is in after Capra like hit her.
Yeeted her
Yeah.
into the, yeah.
Because that looked painful.
Oh yeah.
And it's
Ugh.
not like Sin running in it. It's like another celestial that like it's basically like 2 humans now, and like 1 giant human and 1 like frail old woman. Like,
Going
and
Pisces
the
to
giant
frail
human
old
like
woman.
runs into the frail old woman, basically. And so that's going to be interesting. And the fourth one is is Capra actually, or sorry, not Capra, is Virgo actually gone? And what does that mean for the source of her power? Like, is the T what's left of her power? Like, what does that mean for Jacob?
Yep.
A lot of stuff I'm curious about.
Yeah, there's just so many ripples that are
a lot
gonna...
of ripples.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. It's like someone took this castle of glass, took a sledgehammer to it.
And now that Mazikane is dead, what does that mean for Jacob's deal on
Yep.
Wrath?
Yeah, like what happens with Ref now that she technically doesn't hold it, but like if Gig was like, I get your domain, does it mean that he also has control over
Gets
Ref?
all of the contracts that Mezikine held.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! What does that mean?
So when you're like, Gig doesn't make any deals, like for an entire session, I'm like, oh, he's not a deal maker. He's been fucking with us, like, and he now just bought
made all
2
the
banks.
Yeah.
yeah.
And the interesting thing is, Luna's now in, and he technically has Luna, right?
Yep.
So
It's
like,
technically holding up the deal because it's saying that Luna...
right? Like
Jacob
anything
can't
now in Aurora or Mazikane's keep are his for all intents and purposes.
Mhm.
So like, it's, even though Alexa tried to save Luna, Alexa didn't really save Luna now after all this is over.
Yeah, it's just a different prison.
Gig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different escorts, different. I mean, what's a prison exactly? As long as
Yep.
you're protected, like that's on Mezikine, or I guess that's now on Gig to provide safe haven for where the ward's being kept. Yeah, loopholes. Gig's favorite.
God.
And like,
Oh
He's
my
so pissed
one-
off, be like, come on, man.
One interesting thing for Captios, I'm just not sure of, because we were talking at the beginning. If I drank that whole thing of tea, I
Yeah.
would basically like Paulo for a single like event.
Yep.
I'm
Maybe it-
curious what this means to like making deals with Gig or soul burning, and if that's even possible now.
No, it is. Now you have 2 means to soul burn. One having a celestial soul burn and one having an infernal soul burn.
You've got options.
You have
Captios.
options. Do
Yeah.
you wish to burn like this nice white color, or do you want to have this like red black color? Which one do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, can Celestials? Because remember back at the when Paulo died, he was like, Gig was like, let's make a deal, and Paulo was like, I can't do that. But like, if Captios is now becoming or has some celestial whatever inside of him, can he even make a deal with Gig?
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't know if like
I feel like that you'll be able to get the answer. Also, I don't know. You'll find out very quickly. Like the book didn't get far. Like it still was with Virgo. So he'll get the Book of Mama back. But no, it's worth exploring. But I feel like that theory or that hypothesis can be tested pretty easily.
Yeah.
With like make a minor deal. Like I bet you a coin that I can take the card from your hand, like to see if the deal sticks, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Captios, based off of how he handled 3 pots, I feel like he could find like some basic scientific method or academical method of testing a few of those.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, and one more. Like, I'm curious. Like, Ford was infernal, right?
Ford's an interesting mixed bucket here. He was a warforged, and his soul was infernal. Like he was a new soul, but for all intents and purposes, he was infernal. Like there was a point where if the path didn't go down where Alexa had such a bond, like it came out so naturally. One option would be him more like a summon, and he had like an infernal, almost like a chain double form. But no, like his soul is of an infernal. His body was always a warforged. His story was always a bit like he is a sentient person with like a real person.
Got it. I'm curious what that means for as Alexa continues to use this power. Does she become more and more infernal? Like what does that like? Does she fall? Right?
Because it's hard to tinge
Over
like a
time.
little bit of her.
Yeah,
So-
it's an interesting theory. I don't think Ford would ever intentionally do that.
Yeah,
to
like I
Alexa.
think it's a little different because it's
for in a joking way. And I'm glad that Alexa, like you took some creative license with how you wanted to see Ford's transformation to look like, because
Yeah.
there's the joking way, which like, hello Alexa Sailor Moon style, I'm a magical girl with like big ass chains, and thankfully did not do that, thank you. There
No.
was the mecha, like, you know, Gundam, like Darling in the Franxx style, like I'm literally jumping into a mecha style, and then there was the Iron Man version, like you and Iron Man. I'm like, cool.
which because I saw it kind of as a way of, because I imagine the first time it happened, because Alexa, I imagine the first time it had to happen, Alexa wasn't aware it was going to happen. So I think because she was having, the way I envision it is she had Ford's soul, and Alexa was taking a lot of damage, and that was Ford's way of trying to protect her. So he kind of like encased her.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like what Ford does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ford's like,
Yeah.
you've been stabbed through the stomach too many times, Alexa. You need the Ford armor.
Yeah. So like that's why I saw it more of like the specifically that suit, because it looked like it just all of a sudden like naturally was just encasing her to protect her.
Mm-hmm.
And then she had like, and then the chains just kind of like naturally like furled out in her hands.
It makes me think of the old anime MacGyver, honestly, like in a less like bug creepy way, because those suits did get a little chitness at times. What's up, Kat?
I'm also curious about what Sin's reaction, because her relationship with Ford was very different from her relationship with Alexa, right? And so to now see them in one container.
Yeah, because I don't think Alexa has said that.
When would you say that?
It's true.
She
Yeah.
hasn't. But yeah, like it's one of those things that like I think Alexa is still trying to understand what's happening. But yeah,
but Ford combined with you before you left, right? If I remember.
Nope.
No.
In Avernus.
And Avernus was the first time. Yeah, so
They made the deal, like the pact to take the burden of each other if one of them couldn't continue on. They made that pact prior to, but she only got the pact happened before Ford died. The last was when Paolo gave the soul, like the core, to Alexa, and then Paolo got like pickaxe to the chest.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't think, like, because Sin was away doing the thing with like fighting Ozzy and like when all that went down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I have no idea like that was even said or discussed or like anything. So like seeing those chains again, like I definitely have questions.
And the antlers.
I imagine those antlers come out too. Like
like that's definitely a talking point for like a text therapy or whatever. Like that's
well, because I could even see, like, depending on how like Sin's gonna take it, like if she had no idea that like from Alexa, like this is something that just happened. It wasn't something that she was like trying to do. But it could easily, because like Alexa left with Ford's soul, that Sin could take it as Alexa went off to go experiment with his soul to see how it could help her.
Yeah.
Rather than like, I'm just saying like that's a way that she might be thinking.
Possible.
In general, it's going to be a text RP of like, so I see you're a robot now occasionally.
Yes, I see you're a robot now.
At the same time, that's why I offered up as the DM. Like, I think that Ford would want to keep Sin from getting like skewered as well. So one of those less than mechanical moments. Like I will say, this is a moment where Ford would be like, "Can we just not have Sin die?" He's very so much looking after Sin, and also Alexa.
Yeah. I think with the mechanics and stuff, it was one of the things I was trying really hard this session, like. Because you don't want to be mechanical, so it's like I need to be aware of like what's my limitations, but like where are things that cool
stab yourself to half health.
Oh my god!
It's like Sin, hit me.
Hit me. Hit me harder! Hit me like you mean it!
Okay.
But I am glad that I got.
splat.
I am glad that I got to do like the transformation in this fight because I really like Alexa coming back. I wanted that to be something that happened
Oh
because
yeah.
it seems like such an impactful thing. So thank you for like giving that kind of leeway to the idea of it because I really it's such a big change.
Yeah, I had some like things I wanted to see if I could get them into the scene if they made sense organically, and one of them absolutely was Alexa going just hog. However, you guys like did such a good job with the thing you focused on, like so well.
Oh yeah,
It's like-
we
and
annihilated that
Annihilated
guy.
the Legion.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
it was
good.
smart. It was smart. I really liked the idea because like I know that like Captius and Alexa have had like arguments, and it's interesting that like when they're fighting, when they're trying to save something, it's almost like their minds are just like the same. Like Captius like, I'm going to help you. She's like, all right, we're going to hit, go. And it's like when it comes down to the wire, it felt like Alexa and Captius just really got into that same mindset to help Finn get through.
Mm-hmm.
They're like they had a focus, and that focus was helping Sid and like in helping a fight. So it's kind of like a cool. Like I think outside of it, they have like a lot of
It harkens what you mentioned, like the trivia. Like they're not harmonious, but they have their eyes on the same prize, and they work together achieving it. And in that way, the diversity of the perspective and the methods, more often than not, give them more versatility and power to accomplish something. Which is it's very refreshing. You're right. Like when it all comes together, things hone in like a laser. Which is nice. I forget who we're on Talking Points, by the way. I think it's on.
I think we're on Captius. We're about to go to Sin.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You have any more, Cap? If not, we'll roll over to Sin Land.
No, we're good.
All right, Sin. Talking Points. I'm sure you've got like
Yeah.
a notebook. Of talking points.
No. Well, like
I would be
made me think
disappointed
of, like,
if you don't have a notebook of talking points.
it made me like what you guys were just talking about, with like Captius and Alexa kind of coming together. Like I think like with Sin leaving that enchantment to like just going into that fight, just kicking the pew and just like going in, knowing that those two are behind her, and like kind of leaving like the fact that Alexa left, and you know, the fact that like I don't know, like someone to go attack a Virgo and like Captius was still kneeling.
My dogs are just being something special today.
How dare they?
They have a lot of floof thought.
Yeah. They gotta go out and then chew wood blocks. It's very important.
That would like go murder another groundhog. That's what. Whenever I've come over, Dave tries to hide the bodies.
I know, Panger.
Oh god.
Or rather, I don't know. I don't know. Bentley's very active today. He's been barking up a storm. That's good though. For an older dog, he's got some energy. Sorry, Sin. Please continue.
It's okay. What was I saying?
You had your back and you went to go kick a thing and.
Yeah, like it because like Sin went in there, like there was like a bigger absence of second guessing, like and like a fear, like I could die or these other people could die. Like she's really much just kind of like because of that enchantment coming out of it and like accepting like this is what I'm going to do. This is my goal, and you know, I hope that the people around me have my back because I have theirs. But if not, then that's what it is, and this is how it's just going to play out. And this is like I ran in there, and I am expecting to get hit. Like I don't know. There's like this level of confidence between the three of them in that moment that I feel like was really shown in that fight, which I really enjoyed. One of my big questions is because Capra and Virgo are now stone statues and like dead, what that will do to the Saviors campaign.
Yeah.
Because of the Zodiacs helping, like that's gonna be an interesting ripple on that side of things.
Now you start seeing like Captios ink on like people's arms and shit.
Yeah. So that's a big what's that mean if we kill these zodiacs for that side of things? And then one of the more interesting things that stood out to me is when Sin broke, I'm assuming like she broke Mezakine.
Oh yeah,
essentially.
Bits.
Like to bits. But like that moment where like Gig just like looks at her and then looks at the portal and like back at Sin, I thought was really interesting. And I don't know looking into it too much or like whatever, but there's a part of Sin that was seeing like this keep and stuff in Avernus, like you could potentially like have this, this, like look at what you could have, like if you keep following that path and like doing, like, so there was like that moment. That's why like I paused. I was like, holy shit, like that could actually maybe could have been like a place where I could have written Sin out like, yeah, let's go take over Avernus. Which was why I paused for a minute there. I was like, oh shit. Like, wait.
Which
so I was like,
really ties in well to like the Captious logistics question about like who it's the inheritor.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah. And Gig kind of felt that one out too. It's like free will. I'm not going to tell you no. Like he almost unofficially asked Sin what she wants to do with this from here.
Okay.
And then he laughed his ass off and was like, oh, okay, back to Arhor'ha we go.
Okay. I'm glad because I wasn't sure. I'm so glad that we were on the same page,
you connected with it.
Yay! Oh,
no coaxing, no prompting, no prodding. He's just like, here's a canvas. What do you want to draw?
Yeah, I'm so.
And you were like, I want to go back to where I was, to that shitty place that I hate so much.
Yep.
Fundamentally.
Yeah.
Oh, like my friends are there.
Yeah, it's not as pure as white snow. It's as pure as red blood that's everywhere.
Yeah. But there's also like this lingering fear too, because it's like, are you staying here? Like you're going back with me, right, man? Like,
well, and that piece he kind of hit when he was posturing at the very, very beginning of the session, where he's like, this is my blood, these are my bones. Like all these people here have lived for generations, like effectively feeding off of me. Like I'm a big part of this. Like, and he's like, he can't leave, even if he wanted to.
Yeah,
he can visit, but he can't leave.
Right, because it's like his
and that's the insanity. He wanted to go to the stars. He's like, I can't leave. Like I am this continent. So even if I wanted to leave, I'd still be here.
Does this mean that like more devils are gonna come because they're gonna be like, oh, look at this like weak dude. Now we can have like even more domain if we need
other way around, right? I said like
stronger.
Yeah, it's kind of like the exact opposite, right? The whole entire reason it's like, yeah. It's I mentioned like Vikings in history and raiding England. It's like, yeah, because they were undefended monasteries full of like gold and shit, right? But then they went and it's like, oh, cool, we'll land on the beaches, and they get hit by ballista. And like, we shouldn't come back.
Yeah, okay, got it.
So it was a double down. Like now there's less infernal threat if you don't
less infernal threat, but because Mezakine is dead, does like Gig get like whatever like power that she like is Gig now even stronger than he was as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's interesting because
he's got soul currencies. He basically inherited. It's like, was it necromongers? You keep what you kill. Mm-hmm. And he's like, cool, I got all this now, including all these soul coins.
But
go ahead.
A thought to put out there, because thinking about like, well, first off, watching Gig fight and like hearing the kick ass. But the big question of like Reth getting out and saying like, oh yeah, that's why the Celestials are going out. Have they just painted a bigger target on Arhor'ha because Gig got stronger from the Celestial?
Possibly.
I will tell you next session, Alexa.
Okay, thank you.
As I tap into my powers.
Where are their motivations? Yeah, just get close enough.
Got drink stronger because of the Celestial.
Because
Captious still has a deal with Gig, doesn't he?
I have no deal with Gig right now.
No.
No, oh, that got resolved. Okay, yeah, okay.
No, he got
Sorry,
stronger
I blew
because now he has the power of the other devil. Like, he got
Yeah.
stronger, and it seems like he almost has control. He has, like, the thing with Rev. And so it's like, oh, cool, they're together. Like, from a celestial standpoint, did their enemy just get even stronger?
Yeah. I wonder in the grand scheme of this entire event, how much of a loss this is to Team Rev, a stalemate kind of thing with Team Rev, or a victory in the grand scheme of things. Because it's like, yeah, we killed Mazikeen, blah, blah, blah. We got Luna back, blah, blah, blah. Captius has a Virgo stuff going on now, blah, blah, blah. But, like, those ripples, is that, like, how much of that is going to help Rev or make things worse down the line?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, what was it, like, because I've been in Aurora for so long, and there's all those choices that you make going through, and, like, there's a lot of things that in, like, the first, like, 2 or 3 seasons that we didn't focus on, that, like, going into, like, seasons 7 and 8, like, you could, and, like, stuff you could start seeing, like, oh, because we didn't focus on it, like, that's a bigger issue now. And is it just more of that, like, hey, we got all this stuff and it sounds really cool, like, and we feel more powerful, but, like, where are those really going to hit? Will they benefit it? Will they make everything worse? Like, there's no way of knowing, and how long will it take for us to see those effects?
It's true. I mean, from my perspective, I'd call it a rather sweeping win for Team Rev, at least in terms of options, if nothing else.
Right now, it sounds like a sweeping win, but that's not how Aurora works.
Nope. It's conservation of energy. Like, it's the idea that to take a win in one place, there are losses being taken elsewhere. Like, imagine what this means for Saviors. You think you hit that earlier.
Yeah.
I'm curious, actually, like, if by the end of this, like, taking Saviors out of it, if Gig getting stronger and all that stuff actually puts a very interesting eventual dilemma, like maybe season end or like next year or whatever, on like Captios versus Sin, right?
Yep.
Because like now your allegiances are even though they're to each other, are also to greater things to some extent.
Here's one to spin for you. Like, why is Elo here, and who's his main enemy?
Yep, that's the other thing, because it's...
And now who's stronger because of this? So it puts a lot more burden on that side of things as well. I mean, the Celestial thing is definitely because they're here, but looking at the other Axum...
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that. Like, Elo was going after Gigareth, and Gig is now significant, like a good chunk stronger. Does that move up Elo's timeline?
Mm-hmm. Does that then like force Atlas's hand, like if he's not strong enough to take on Elo, to just be like, well, if the option is we all die or I let Elo take
how much
over.
have we screwed over Saviors? How?
Well, there is a running theme since we're about halfway through season. Well, we're 4th month in. That part of the plan with the Zodiacs is the idea of establishing the new Zodiacs when you want to do Revolution. And so far, you're pretty well on your way there. Like, there are people who are replacing these. Seeing like Ode ejected was the idea of like the new Capra is Ode if he writes himself out, you know, being what it is. But there are other people too that well fit how to reinstate them. And you saw it a bit with the Savior's side too. Seeing the idea that like these aren't monolithic. They may seem like monolithic creatures, but they're echoes of Celestian. So they can be reimagined. And the stuff that just happened with Capra and Virgo, like the idea of like quote unquote killing one of them, or even with Sagittarius when he was taken down, like what that really means. And it involves going back to Dawnforge and like reforging him and whatnot. But then people become representatives. It also puts an interesting twist for Captios, because he's the most positioned to be the new Virgo.
Yeah.
Right.
And Ode is positioned to be new Capra. And then the idea of like for the idea of like the lore building, world building of Aurora from that perspective, if that pans out as such, as the new Zodiacs, the new like Celestial Guardians were people. Like the original ones, by the way, are people. That's just a different thing altogether.
Huh.
Does Virgo look like the existing Does Virgo look like anyone from the existing royal family?
No.
Oh, okay.
Like from
So it's not like
like the Vitalis and or the Mercedes. Yeah, no, they do not. Something to chew on with the all bajillion other things to chew on right now. Sin, any further talking points?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
Everything else is kind of talked about. So,
Yeah, and I'll chat with you guys offline a bit, but I feel like there's a lot to process now, and would rather keep that at a slower pace. Cap, I know that you're out not next Saturday, but the one after. Something to think about is to roll together the next 2 weeks through a series of text RPs in the cathedral to process a few of these things, as opposed to a session.
Yeah.
Like I'm not one for like let's just like miss sessions, but I feel like there's a lot to unpack that would better be done organically over a longer period of time as opposed to like a 4-hour session.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's strive for that, and because it also helps me out too because I have some vacation coming up, and I would love to just disconnect for a bit.
I would love for you to have the ability to disconnect and not have to deal with
Good.
all the
So let's
bullshit.
let's strive for this. Well, we're gonna do D&D through basically play by post text RP on the 10th and the 17th, and then we'll start off the 24th, which will recap the all the text RP. I will personally strive during those 2 weeks to get some epilogue information, or not epilogue, prologue
Stuff with Ozzy. I'm
prose.
so interested.
Yeah,
in what's going on
it's
with
kind of
Ozzy.
heart wrenching.
Yeah.
I want to end with that because the thing with Virgo, just because it wasn't explored doesn't mean people don't act according to their own compass. Is that there is a prose with Ozzy that kind of goes through how his mother died, and Miss Sanguine, and the same way Virgo died the same way. So there was a bit of there was some irony. So I like threading those things in. And I was like, if it made sense to, this would be a good way for Virgo to go as a story. Secondly, was that what Virgo is understands like emotions and like what drives people, and what stopped Ozzy from like leaving. Just like I've been trained. Also, I think like Promised Neverland is a really good show to understand like how Ozzy thinks, because it's a character that's very Ozzy-like, but smart as opposed to strong. And at the end is like, no, it's like, I'm going to kill this guy and we're going to get out of here. Like the idea of more than his own survival and strength was important, like family was important. And that's a struggle he always has had, and why it's been so effective in this group. Yeah. And his trial effectively went down that road. And that's why it's so heart-wrenching, because it's like, cool, if I'm so powerful, then why did you kill Jacob? You know, if you're so powerful, why did you stop when Captius asked you to? You know, or when Sin asked you to, why do you do these things? And the idea of like becoming not weaker, he had to confront that was not weakness, that family was actually more important than the pursuit of strength. Very somewhat similar to the Sin's journey. Like every single one here has this like journey of I want to be strong. I think Ozzy really personifies that and is very brash about it, to the point where he's unable to acknowledge that it's not the only thing that's important to him. And while Luna was like screaming and freaking out, was because Luna was there and he didn't think Luna was real.
Yeah, that makes sense, because why would he think that she would be real?
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like, and he's very aware of who Virgo is and how Virgo plays people's heads and their motivations and all that stuff. So like he went definitely like hard on Luna, but when it came down to it, everything, I'll find a way to write it out that's a bit more flowery than this, a little bit more like wrenched in, but Oblivion, like he just tore everything down, but in doing so he could not leave,
Okay.
like the way everyone else did, and he let Luna go, because it's like, you know what, family's important. It's like, cool. It's like I'll figure them out. It's like I'm a breaker of limits. Like there is not a cage that can hold me. So he sent Luna out.
And because Virgo essentially got turned into a statue, is that why he was let out?
It was the last big thing, like to draw him. It's like the same thing like when Apollo dies, like I'll leave the light on for you. he was looking for his way out of basically being comatose.
Oh, gee.
Like if that didn't if Virgo did not, if this didn't happen to Virgo and she didn't fall in this way, Ozzy would have been comatose the entire season.
Jeez.
Oh.
Yeah, like it's the idea that he's there but the light's not on. Like he's like a disconnect.
Yeah.
Which
Wow.
yeah, but in doing so, like Virgo gave him the path back. And the kicker is if you go back and read the prose that had where Ozzy's mom died, Virgo acknowledged the importance of family to him, and like has been posing as his mom since, because it's like, this is what you really want. Like, you want to be strong and whatnot, you want to avenge your mom and whatnot, and to the point where you're in denial with a bunch of things that you want, but she's always served as his mom afterwards, knowing that she can't replace him. And then she died like her mom.
Oof.
Yeah.
I actually have one talking point about that end scene, actually, specifically.
What's up?
You don't mind. Why did Capra go after Ozzy and not Gig?
It's a great
Oh
question.
yeah.
Yeah, or the combined devils.
Yeah.
Yes, because with the way Ozzy was currently, he was a bigger threat, and just sink that in for just a second. Capra thought that Ozzy was a bigger threat.
Oh.
What the fuck?
A comatose Ozzy was a bigger threat than a Gig.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, I have
Also-
work to do. God.
Yeah. I mean, you could take it a lot of ways too. Like, like
I hear the
Ode's in there, or like Gig's already like beaten and bloodied, or whatnot. I mean, because Sin was that same question. Why not Sin?
Yep.
Yeah.
But the problem therein lied that Ozzy also killed Paolo.
Ah.
So the second that he wasn't like carroted to go kill the Horned Devil, the man that killed the speaker for the Zodiacs.
Ah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Damn.
Big old target pasted on him.
Yep.
And Virgo, being able to read that, knew that. And
Interesting.
knew that Luna would not let Ozzy go. So both of our kids are in great peril.
And her hair turning black was actually her
falling.
Celestial.
Yeah, her falling, because it was her own. There's nothing about her responsibilities of doing that. It was like the idea of like her humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she made a selfish choice. The correct thing would be is like, oh, you wish to destroy them. I acknowledge that, and that is your motivation. Like, I influence this way as is dictated by the law of, as like, and you, if you look at where the Zodiacs fall in terms of sequence too, and you go back to like a bit of prose to the Saviors, of how Capra and Virgo tie into each other. They effectively took two like magnets, and you like forced them to collide with each other. Which is also why Pisces didn't turn to statue.
Got it. Okay.
Metal laws.
Yep.
It just hurt a lot.
Poor Pisces.
Oh yeah, she got hit with like a Terry Tate linebacker style as little
She's
old
just been
lady
sitting
doing
there trying
shopping.
to heal us.
She's
and
just
all of a
trying
sudden
to. Ooh, Cheerios! Ah!
Yeah, but now she could spend her summers in Avernus. So, win-win.
I don't
Win-
think she wants to spend her summers in Avernus. I feel like
She does not. But she could therapize the devils. Maybe they'll learn some free will by understanding their emotions, like murder, death, destruction, annihilation. Okay, let's talk about a fifth one. Perhaps pottery. Any other talking points?
Nope.
Cool. Well, what?
Oh, I had like a small one that I was
Sure.
just curious about. How does because Luna and Alexa have been traveling, how does Luna feel towards Alexa?
You've only been with Luna for hours. Like,
Yeah, like I imagine it was quick because I imagine she got her and then like
how
they were
does she
getting out. There
feel
was a
about Alexa? She feels to be about as smart as Jacob, and just as a heads up, Alexa, being as perceptive, there's something really weird about Luna, and besides
Yeah.
like where she fits in the plot, like the little like light rejection thing that she did to Sin was one thing, but it seems as though something's really off about her.
Yeah,
Well,
I wouldn't call her
we'll be
the
able to figure out
chosen
her
one.
intents eventually. So
Oh yeah. Well, that's really the kicker. She came about by Virgo. She's more blessed than Captios is.
Oh.
Like she was not in first trimester when she was just born. So like that was a Virgo thing.
Interesting.
Yep. So she is a very much. I'd imagine if when things settle, if Captios zeroes in, she's a very interesting anomaly, kind of like Jimmy.
Yeah.
She's one of those anomalous characters. Same with the breakers and whatnot. And now the grassroots to ascendant Captios. Just drink as much celestial tea as you can. It just sounds refreshing. Let's drink some celestial tea.
Yep. It's green in my
It's
iced green tea.
That's right.
It's Captios' morning tea every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Every morning, just a little bit. You don't have to touch the positive plane when you can distill it into green tea leaves. Celestial tea, the morning blend.
That sounds nice.
It really does. That's like the most was it not wholesome. The most wholesome thing out of this series. Like, we have celestial tea. Yum. A little bit of lime, a little bit of lemon, a little bit of honey. All right. Well, on that note, it's 7:30 Eastern. We've had a great D&D session. Time to get some tea, Bell. I'll see you guys on Discord.
All right.
See you
Bye.
guys.